All right. Welcome to day 3, everyone. Give yourselves a big round of applause. You made it this far. I think yesterday was a phenomenal day. I think the content of the program that Mel has put together every year just like keeps getting better and better and better. And again, like what's so encouraging for me is that we're not just talking, like we're actually doing things. If you look at all of the individual kind of pillars of Creative Coffee Week and the topics that we discuss, there's a lot of action in the year, so that when we loop back, and most of you guys have done, 2 or 3, some of you, all of them, which is awesome. And this is the community, like I said yesterday, that's going to make a difference in South African coffee and help to not just make good decisions, but encourage each other along the way. So this is the start of a beautiful community.
Yeah, and we're just going to keep growing that community as well. That's always the goal, is to get more and more people involved from all the different parts of the industry. And we look forward to the growth.
And I think also, we have to mention our sponsors like FNB. Without FNB, we wouldn't be able to run this event. It's as simple as that. And every year we welcome in new sponsors into this family. And, you can ask Liesel from Johnson, that it's their first time here. And I'm so glad like the engine folks are here, because it's something that if you're not here and you don't experience it, it just doesn't, it's not meaningful, like I can try and pitch them over the phone and say, come and bring your corporate money because the coffee community needs it, because we're doing great things in the space. But when they come and they see it and it's real, they not only have an amazing time, but they do a lot of good business. So on that note, we want to thank all of our sponsors. Genio and Neil, thank you so much. You've been with us since the beginning. So thank you for your support, and we look forward to working with you in the Middle East soon on another new project.
And we're looking forward to announcing the top 10 of A Shot in the Dark this afternoon. Very exciting. We've got quite a few of the roasters of that competition in the room, so a little bit nervous, but it's going to be fun.
And we've got to mention our retail partners at home, and I know that they support a lot of the brands that are here, like Red Espresso and Breville and those kind of brands, so we thank them, Andre and the team in Cape Town. Kirsty and Pete and Mon and Nick and everyone from Red Espresso, they partnered with us about 3 years ago. Haven't missed an event, haven't missed a single thing that we've done. Even if it's a local community throwdown, the Red Espresso crew are there, so we thank them as well. EMA Coffee, Olaf, you guys at Rytech, and our collaboration with EMA International is a great one. We're looking forward to Michelangelo tuning in a little bit later. And I think that's really significant for us as a growing, developing country to look at Europe and go, this is the technology, this is the engineering that's available. And talking about the super factory with Dylan yesterday, how insane is that? Like, we can do this, and we need to think at that scale. We need to think big like that. Lamazoko, George, Sinjin, the crew also, like every event that we do, they're the first to put up their hand and say, we're going to send the best machine we can. Look at that beautiful classic, linear classic, anniversary, 3-group machine, all the way from Europe. This is the first time that it's been showcased here. So, and that crew, Sean and everyone at Equipment Cafe and the Lamazoko crew get behind us at every event, so we thank them as well. Ultimate Water, the legacy lives on, so Rowan and Joe doing our water filtration. Dartpack, I think yesterday's presentation was also really exciting to see what Edwin and the crew are doing in that space, so we love that. And Coffee Lift as well, Eugene and Johan, you guys always add value to our events, and we know that you're going to do well with that product moving forward. I'm going to skip the Ruxo label, guys, because I want to actually, they're going to leave just now, so I wanted to say thanks to them, and I told them to pop their heads in. So we will thank them just before they leave. But obviously Liesel and Johnson Workwear, Dilshan and the team for all of the workwear and the new support, and it's a new partnership that we hope to grow. Alpro, the alternative milk, unfortunately Janelle can't be here. They're doing some stuff up in Joburg, which is quite high level, and she couldn't be here. And of course the coffee bag company who sponsored our beautiful Shot in the Dark bags for this year's competition. And you guys met Roy on the first day and saw his beautiful product. So we need to mention those sponsors. It's significant, it's important. They're the people that fund events like this and keep us going. So can we give them a massive, massive round of applause?
And to all our coffee partners that have given us coffee for you guys for this whole week, we appreciate you as well. And on that note, we're going to taste some delicious coffees from Genio Coffee in the UK. And I just wanted to tell you a bit about them. So we've got a Burundi Karasa. This is what they call their discovery range, so it's diverse and expressive. So you've got that in front of you. And then you have, please can you pass me that bag? Thanks. And then we've got a rare coffee, aromatic and exceptional, from the Aguilera brothers. It's a Pacamara and it's from Costa Rica. So these are your two delicious coffees for this morning. I hope you enjoy them. And now we have the FNB Money Moment.
Yes, so it gives me great pleasure to welcome Nishi to the stage today. So let's give her a massive round of applause from FNB, and she's going to do the FNB Money Moment for us to kick off the day's proceedings. So you're very welcome, Nishi, and thank you for being here.
Good morning, everybody. Wow. Okay, thank you very much for that lovely round of applause. I think when you guys gave me a round of applause, you must have thought I'm bringing the money with me as well. Okay. Well, it's great to be part of FNB and with you guys here. And my topic really is about money management. And I have a little presentation to share with you. We are from the unit called Staffing Solutions of FNB. And it is a specialized division where we partner together. We have collaborations with businesses where we help your employees to be banked better. So very, very importantly is helping them with money management, as well as understanding how they can be financially free, not just financial wellness, which is very, very key to your valued employees because they are the heartbeat of your business. In a few slides that I have, we're just going to be talking to how to help them manage their money. So I'm not going to be doing a very long presentation, guys. It's a very introduction. It's just an introduction, and it's just something for us to know as business owners, as the employees, that these fit into your employees' lifestyles. And because you value them, this kind of information would help them on their financial wellness journey, and they would obviously better perform at work as well. So the topics that we cover is to assist your clients in freeing up their cash flow and optimizing their debt to enable them to meet the credit commitments and realize their investment opportunities and ensure needs as well. So manage your money, grow your wealth, protect your wealth, and leave a legacy. In our next slide, we actually talk to money management, where we have the instruments of money management. It talks about manage your debt, saving for an emergency, protect your family, protect your income, manage assets, provide for retirement, provide for education, and what is there for me. Very, very key to this is teaching people how to spend less than they earn. Now, this could be for us here as well, but it's a lot for our employees. So we'd like to also teach them these skills on how to manage their financial space. On our next slide, we also have what is called financial literacy. So we have a team of experts that will be coming out through your companies, and they will talk to financial literacy, understanding your money, growing your money, managing your debt, and protecting things that matter, also leaving a legacy. So guys, I don't have too much of time today to go into lots of the content, but I'm sure you all understand that these are things that are very, very important to your employees, to ourselves as well. And if we can help to bridge this with them, help them to understand it better, we can help people become a little bit more aware, and the awareness is out there, we bring it to them. So as a bank collaborating with you guys, where our business banker, business accounts actually fit into your bank business style, FNB also has something for your personal side of the accounts, your employees as well as yourselves. And our financial team with financial literacy actually brings you down to understanding everything regarding budgeting, making money work for you, and also understanding how to use your rewards that we have to offer. Okay, in our next slide, our products vary, okay? So we have from home loans, helping individuals, even as we have the government subsidy, which is the FLISP offer, where your lower income earners can even own their own homes. We can assist with that. So we want to ensure that everybody can have their own homes. We also have competitive rates, and we would even give you discounted rates when you switch to FNB. But this is not about a sales pitch, it's about showing you how can we save you money, all right? We also have, when it comes to your car finance, your credit cards, understanding your debt, understanding how much you pay in all of these in terms of charges, having multiple debt, so multiple loans, and understanding how much you pay over the term, what it costs you at the end. We want to have these conversations so we can help them understand this better and start saving their money by consolidating or giving them the right product fit to help them manage their finances better. What is also very important is free wills that FNB has to offer their staff, your staff, as well as the clients of FNB. So as a client of FNB, you can get a will done for free and also have it in safe custody for free with FNB. All right. We also have a very innovative product called the FNB Connect, which we have free airtime, free data, and free SMSs that we give to our clients as well. So here again, you can see these things fit into our general lifestyles. We are currently transacting in different areas, and we want to show how we can streamline things and save you money. So I think we've come to about the last two slides that I have for you. Family banking, again, speaks to helping you as an individual or your employees, helping them to understand how to use this facility. It's a container of banking products in a family unit, and we give you discounted fees on products that you and your partner would have. Now here again, saving households money at the end of the term. If you're saving 50 Rand a month, that's 600 Rand a year, and of course, it's some little gift at Christmas that you can give someone. And normally the spouses take the free, the ladies would take the spousal offer because it's money for them, okay? Our youth accounts, also teaching our children how to become financially savvy, and that is very, very important as well from a young age. So guys, FNB has a basket of products, not just to sell to people to use, but if you're doing something daily, you'd like to get the best rewards out of it, okay? The next slide speaks to our very dynamic reward program. Actually, eBucks, you can see at the bottom, is quite the talk around town. FNB has earned the international award for being the best rewards program, and we're very proud of that. So plugging into that means that you get the best rewards on your banking, your day-to-day banking. So we'd like to also express that to you on our one-on-one sessions when we do this together with your employees or yourselves as well. We have the NAV tool where you can also use NAV car, NAV money, and NAV home. And then again, this is all digital. So we are in the digital age, and this helps us as individuals to manage everything through our very innovative FNB app, okay? Our last slide actually is about eBucks. And of course, with eBucks, the different things that can be done. Guys, I just want to let you know FNB eBucks is totally free. So you can earn eBucks doing your day-to-day transactions with our partners online and our direct partners. And here, this also is, eBucks doesn't expire, which means you can use this for various different transactions as well. And yes, we will explain that to you when we have our sessions on a one-on-one. Okay, so that brings me to literally closing in terms of what F&B is all about. Our unit of staffing solutions brings you a model called Banker in Your Business. So you as an employee can engage our services. We would come into your unit, your place of employment, and we would then speak to your staff there. We would engage with you and give you basically the rundown as to how we would go forward and help you guys get financially free. Financial wellness is very, very key to our strategy. So I really do thank you for giving me some airtime here today. I'm sure the coffee has been really great and it's kept us all awake. So we are here for the next day, actually. If you'd like to chat with us, my team is on the outside. You're welcome to come through, speak to us, and do enjoy the rest of the Creative Coffee Week. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Nishi. All right, moving swiftly along, very excited to talk to Matt Carter. Matt Swart, is Matt Carter online? All the Matts today? So Matt has just been to Brazil. Hello, Matt.
How's it, Deanna? How are you?
I'm great. Tell us where you are at the moment, Matthew.
I am up in Zanin, in Limpopo, on an avocado and coffee farm. Moved here in December and decided to run trail runs and farm coffee and avocados and see how it goes.
Amazing. Well, everyone in the room, let's give him a warm round of applause so Matt can hear you. And we can't wait to hear your insights from your recent Brazil trip. So take it away, Matthew.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for having me. This is like very fresh. I just got back from Brazil last week. So it's been a little bit of a whirlwind trying to settle back into this time zone and get back into the swing of things. But I put this presentation together kind of as a debrief for myself more than for you guys. So it's a little bit disjointed maybe, but I hope you enjoy it. And if there's any questions, please shout. So I'm going to see if I can share the screen. Share content. Screen. Start broadcast. Okay, let's see. No. What do you guys see on your screen?
Matt, we can see your presentation view of PowerPoint. So we can see the main slide and then all the little ones on the left.
That means I'm doing things right for a change. Let's see. Sorry. Let's try to get this to work. And now? There we go.
Yeah, that's good, Matt. Go for it.
Now, just the big slide.
Just the big slide. You're perfect. Go.
So I will be... Okay, cool. I'll be honest, I've got a little bit of imposter syndrome kicking in where I'm not a Brazilian expert by any means. I've been there once, and I know there's a lot of people that know a lot more about Brazil and know a lot more about coffee than I do. So so before anyone says, oh, why is Matt the Brazilian expert? I'm not by any means. So this is just a first impression from what I experienced while I was there. So please be gentle, but let's go through it. So I've titled it A Place Where Quality and Quantity Intersect, and it's just the first impression because there's a lot of misconception that I had about Brazil when I first went there, where it was all about the quality and volume and volume and volume. And my mind was changed, and we'll go through that together. And next slide. There we go. So I just want to go through a quick brief history for those of you who don't know about Brazil, the Brazilian story. It's actually quite a beautiful story. And as I started to learn about it, there's a museum in Santos, the Coffee Museum, and I highly recommend it. I kind of understood a little bit more about the history of Brazil and the Brazilian coffee industry. And it's actually such a beautiful story, and a lot of it resonated with me. So the coffee was first brought in 1727 by a Portuguese Brazilian officer he was sent to French Guinea to act as a mediatory between the border dispute. And he was given one instruction, aside from go sort out this border dispute, was if you happen to enter a backyard or a garden where coffee is growing, see if you can hide away a few of the beans under the pretext of tasting the fruit. That was one of the instructions that he was given. And I just found that so beautiful, because I know if I go onto a coffee farm, you'll taste the fruit and then you'll slip those seeds into your pocket with the hope of growing them when you get home. And I just thought, it's something I've done for such a long time. And to know that in 1727, there was a Portuguese Brazilian that was doing it as well. I just thought, it's nothing new. Coffee traders and coffee people like to steal coffee from origin. And I saw on Instagram, someone was stealing coffee from Beaver Creek's talk as well. So I know that it happens. And it's something that's happened since 1727. So at the time, the French were prohibited from selling coffee seeds. So that's why they had to steal this coffee and smuggle it in. And eventually, the French governor's wife gets smitten by this Portuguese Brazilian officer, Francesco, and gives him a bouquet of coffee. And in this coffee is about 1,000 seeds, so about 1 kilogram roughly of coffee that he has to now haul across to Brazil. And he really waters it with the last little drops of his water. And it's such a beautiful story. But that's essentially how the coffee ended up in Brazil. So then he distributes the seeds into Brazil, and the coffee industry is born in about 1727, 1730, somewhere around there. So it's a very, very old coffee producing area. Obviously not as old as Africa, but they decided to go big, like really big. So Santos is a little port where 80% of Brazil's coffee exits. And I used to believe for a long time that Santos was a growing region. So when people told me this coffee is from Santos, I believed, oh yeah, that's cool. It must be where Santos grows coffee. And then you get there and you realize, oh, it's actually just a little port town, not dissimilar from Durban, where you've got the nice harbor, and quite a nice vibe and a nice culture around Santos. And it's got the coffee museum, and the whole city is coffee mad. So you've got these beautiful graffiti. So you can see that graffiti on the picture there. And that's just one small piece. Like I took so many photos of just graffiti in Santos, all focused on coffee. The Museum of Coffee is there, which used to be the old trader. And it was a really interesting little town. But that's not where coffee is grown. It's just the port. And that comes from years of farmers. They had to reach a certain quota that was instituted by the International Coffee Association. So to meet that quota, they just chucked all their coffee together, the good, the bad, the ugly, all together just to meet the quota. And instead of saying where the coffee was from, they'd just say the port that it was exported from. So it was from the port of Santos or Rio or wherever it came from. But no attention was paid to where it was grown. Then that was lifted. And in 1999, 10 years after the quotas were lifted, Brazil held its first ever Cup of Excellence, which was then called the Best of Brazil. And the program was to promote traceability and direct trade, and to discover and to reward quality for Brazilian coffee. And the market was willing to pay for good coffee. They were willing to pay a lot more for delicious coffee. And I think that's no surprise to you guys. So last year, 41 million bags of coffee were sent out of Brazil. And there's a song by Frank Sinatra, I'm not sure if you know it, but it's called The Coffee Song. It says, way down among Brazilians, coffee beans grow by the billions. So they've got to find those extra cups to fill. They've got an awful lot of coffee in Brazil, and it's 100% true. There's a lot of coffee. So kind of everywhere you look, there's coffee trees growing. It's just, if you drive there, you go visit Steve-O, and you go see all the millies. It's that for coffee. So it's just tons and tons of coffee. With over 27,000 square kilometers of coffee. So it's so much coffee like you've never seen before. But we'll come to a few details about that now. So just a quick timeline. In 2020, I was asked to start shortening our supply chain with a few key origins. Among them was Brazil. After chasing a few options, eventually I was put into contact with a farm that we could potentially work with. 2021, we signed our first contract and brought just one container. The transactions went really well, and we both met our expectations. We still buy coffee from this farm quite a lot, and I was able to go there this month and visit the farm and meet the people, make sure that they actually did what they said they were doing. So this isn't new. We've bought coffee direct from a few countries, Tanzania, and I know that we're not the only people in South Africa that do this. I know the Seam guys, I know that Jono had been there. We're all trying to shorten that supply chain, and it's very valuable to shorten it wherever possible. If you can shorten your supply chain and go as direct to the farmer as possible, it really is valuable to the farmer, because you know how much they're getting, exactly how much they're getting. And it's valuable to the consumer, because the consumer knows that their coffee is traded fairly, that the coffee is the best quality we could get. And if you need to find out who the consumer was, that's 100% traceable. We can find out who that consumer was. So it's nothing new, but it's something that we've put a lot of effort into as Tribeca to shorten that supply chain and get that as direct as possible. And Brazil was quite a big one on our list, and we were able to get it. There's us, there's the export agent, there's import agent, and us, and the farmer. So it's super, super short supply chain. So who did we find? We found a coffee farm, a coffee company called Labareda, and under the Labareda brand, they have a whole stack of little farms. When I say little, that's a gross exaggeration. Massive farms, 1,000-hectare coffee farms. They've got a few of those, and the one specific farm that we were buying from is Bom Jesus. It's family owned and operated since 84. They focus on coffee, but they have cattle, sugarcane, a few grains, timber, some pork, a few other products as well that we're able to check. And it's just coffee farming is great, but as a farmer, you need to diversify and get other products on your farm as well, and just kind of manage that market. So they've done that really, really well. In 2002, they started to really drive towards quality and improving the product from planting to post-harvest process, and they won the Coffee Excellence Award in 2004. 2018, they won an award for being one of the most sustainable farms in Brazil, and that's saying something because there are a lot of farms, and they won an award for that. It's 950 meters above sea level, 930, 950, somewhere around there, with quite nice temperature inversions. So there's two Gabriels, are the father and son team. And there's a joke that if you shake a tree, at least one Gabriel will fall out of it in Brazil. There's a lot of Gabriels. If you shout Gabriel, someone will answer you. So there's the two Gabriels, Gabriel Senior is on the left and Gabriel Junior in the middle. And they are just quite a dynamic team that really run that farm incredibly well. And then Callum is on the right. He owns a company called Cal's Coffee, and he works in the UK, but he's related. So Gabriel Senior is his godfather. And he is kind of like he's a translator agent for them in the UK. So where is this farm? So this is Brazil. You can see Sao Paulo towards the bottom of the screen, Rio de Janeiro off to the east, and then up north there's a little town called Franca. So there's the town of Franca. It's about the same size as Zanin, where I am, so 250 to 300,000 people. They used to be shoes, so they made a lot of shoes. When the Italian came over to Brazil, they really specialized in beauty leather shoes, which I was lucky enough to get a few of. And then just north of that, there's the little farm over there. We zoom in, and there's the washing station with coffee all around it. So that's where we are. So we come back to why. So there's Gabriel Jr., myself, and we're at the Coffee Museum with the statue of a traditional coffee trader. You can see he's holding in his hand these little tins, and that's what they used to carry samples around. So now we get samples in little Ziploc bags, but they had these little tins with all the details of the coffee, and then they would run around the town of Santos trading their coffee. So that's that photograph. Like I said, we've tried to shorten that supply to the farmer to get a better deal for the farmer, for us and the consumer. It also develops the relationship, and producer allows us to deliver a better product, which I kind of said earlier. And that's, like I said, we're not the only people doing this, but I think we've got the benefit of doing it at a decent scale, which really starts to help us kind of negotiate a lot of things and get a better deal all around. So a drive for quality. And I think this was my biggest surprise with Brazil, is just how much focus they were putting on their quality. So it used to be, and I think I saw John Evans there in the crowd. Him and I used to cup together and we'd taste the coffee and go, yeah, it's a good coffee for Brazil. And I think that was always my perception of coffee, was it's a good coffee for Brazil. But now cupping there on the farm, and obviously you've got the seasoning of the environment changing the flavor of the coffee. But I've taken the coffee back home and I've cupped it in the sterile environment where there's no beautiful scenery, etc. And it's still delicious. It's still scoring 90 plus, some of the coffee samples that I got. And that's just testament to the drive for quality that Brazil has undergone. So their attention to detail every step of the way to really change that perception that coffee from Brazil is nutty and chocolatey. That's kind of what we've always thought, is coffee from Brazil tastes like chocolate and nuts, and you put it into a blend and off you go. But they've put so much time and effort, from the seedlings to QC in the labs, all the way through to how they harvest, how they process. They're using yeast in their fermentation it comes a little bit to efficiency, but it also comes to looking at how do we get different flavors into the coffee, or how do we manipulate the flavors to make sure we get the most delicious coffee. They've got vast quantities, but what they've therefore been able to do is really push and get a whole bunch of different varieties as well. So they can look at different ripening stages of the coffee. They can say, if this coffee isn't really working in the soil type, what other coffees can we do? So their drive for quality has really inspired me. That it's not just about the volumes anymore, because they don't have to go just through the sea market. They can go direct to farmers or to buyers like us. They can now say, okay, it's actually worth the while to improve our quality. Whereas previously, just sending it off to Santos, it made no difference if the quality was good. Now they can start to say, okay, if we're going to sell directly to roasters, let's put a little bit of effort into our quality, which they've really outstandingly done. The other thing they've done, and this area we're working in specifically, it was on the border. So something I didn't know was Brazil works in states, very much like the Americas. And you have the state of Sao Paulo, the state of Minas Gerais, the state of Rio de Janeiro, etc. They've got various states, and then that fits under federal government and then the state government as well. So each area has different rules, different taxes. So it's very much like the USA. But this specific region that we're in was in the state of Sao Paulo, is the Região da Alta Magiana. Sorry, my pronunciation of Portuguese words, Brazilian Portuguese words, are not great. But that's the region. And this is actually a certificate of origin that you get for your coffee. So it comes from this region, and then this coffee will go to a lab where it's assessed and graded by a very, very nice lab, in fact. And then they'll actually apply a QR code to the bag. So you pay an extra $1, you get a QR code applied to your bag, and you can tell exactly where your coffee comes from. So it's got full traceability. They're working on integrating it into blockchain technology as well. So you can really get that exact location of where your coffee is from. And then they also run, and there's one coming up at the end of the month, within the region, kind of like a taste of harvest or a cup of excellence type competition. They see who's the best coffee in the region, and really encourages farmers to innovate and push themselves to create better quality coffees. And then that cup that I'm holding on the left-hand side, the winner gets that cup, and they get beautiful coffee devices. And so you can really boast that you've got the best coffee. And a cupped coffee, and it was coming out at 85s, 91s, 92s. That's the kind of score that these guys are pushing at. For any coffee, that's extraordinary. I know, like Dylan was chatting yesterday, I see Des in the audience there. And to get your coffee to that level and to get to those scores, you've got to work so flipping hard to get those scores. And I think these farmers that are pushing those scores deserve to be rewarded. So the quantity and what it means for specialty. There is an awful lot of coffee in Brazil. You can see, like, there's that photo on the left-hand side, just so much coffee. And I pitched the idea to the guys, and I said, do you think Brazil has the capacity to produce the best coffee in the world? And obviously the answer was yes, they do. And so I said, but is it not just kind of like the infinite monkey cage theory? I don't know if you guys are familiar with that theory, but if you put an infinite amount of monkeys in a cage with an infinite amount of typewriters, could one of them potentially write the full works of Shakespeare? So I said, is that really not what it is? You've just got so much coffee, potentially just by sheer luck, you're going to produce the right amount of the best coffee. The answer was sort of, but one, we actually now looking at typewriters and see what's coming off of those typewriters, so we can see, whereas previously we weren't actually taking lots aside and putting focus into that. So that was the one thing that we actually now assessing for the quality to see, have we got the best cup of coffee? And then secondly, yes, we have a lot of coffee, but it's now actually intentional. So as opposed to just banging away on a typewriter, now we're actually trying to write the works of Shakespeare and get the best cup of coffee out of it. So the other point of that is there's a farm just a bit further north of where we were that has 30 hectares of geisha, which is a huge amount of geisha. So if we do stumble upon the winning formula that makes the best coffee, obviously we all want to taste that. We all want some of that. So if we're driving the quality of coffee up and we can drive the quantity at the same time, that means that we can now start to make delicious coffee more accessible to the average person. And it doesn't have to be that 12 kilograms that we have to share amongst 20 people. So it can be, it just gives us more space, more room to drive speciality. The other thing is with the quality, with the quantity, you guys are all in the coffee industry, you know that this is an economy of scale game. So if you have more of it, you can bring the price down, but you can also start to distribute it further. But you also have more capacity to experiment. You have more capacity to play and see what can I do. If I have 30 tons of delicious coffee, do I make it more delicious? How do I work with this? So you have just more capacity, and it really does make a huge difference. And then efficiency. So I've spoken to Dylan about efficiency in Brazil, and he told me about the efficiency before I went there. And I thought, yeah, but like, how efficient can you really be until you get there? That is unbelievable. So they do obviously mechanical harvesting, as you can see here. So I got to drive that machine, which is a lot harder than it looks. You think you're just driving a straight line, but if you drive a little bit skew, you destroy whole trees, and then the farmer gets very upset with you. Fortunately, I didn't, because you got cameras and you got sensors, and it's super advanced. But as everything that they do is to make their coffee production more efficient. So the fact that they planted, I think they've got 12 or 13 different varieties that ripen over different parts of the season, so that they can harvest from one area and then move to the next area, all the way through to processing. So I was really lucky to join in with that talk about the yeast. I think it was on Wednesday. A phenomenal talk. I really appreciated that. But coming straight off of Brazil, what they do with the yeast there is, yes, to drive quality, but also to improve efficiency. So previously, to ferment the coffee, it was taking a couple of days. Now they've shortened that down to only 2 or 3 days. So they've used yeast there just to improve efficiency. Obviously, it has some flavor benefits, but it's primarily the primary goal was all about efficiency. And I think that's the next photo. Yeah, there it is. So this farmer is doing a natural process, and for the coffee to ferment to the right stage, he sprinkles yeast over it so that it goes just a little bit quicker. Then if there's a machine that can do it, they'll use a machine to do the job, just that it can be done more efficiently. So sorting, and most of my work in coffee has been in Africa. So that's my background and my ideas, where everything's hand sorted, everything's hand harvested, and you take it to a scale of Brazil where it's thousands of hectares. You just can't do that. It's not physically possible. So optical sorting, mechanical harvesting, it just makes a lot more sense with that efficiency. And with efficiency comes better prices and lowers your cost of production as well. Lessons learned. Okay, so that photograph on the right-hand side of the screen there, that's a pile of staples. And every sample bag that comes through, they take the staple out and they put it into this little tub. And that is a collection of staples of samples that they've cut. So I just thought, we complain so fast of palate fatigue when there's like 11 coffees on the table. And these guys are cupping thousands of coffees and they don't complain about palate fatigue. And that's just an example of how many samples they're going through just because of all that pile of staples. I think, I don't know if everyone will appreciate it as much as I do, but I know Nicodemus will probably appreciate that as well. Anyway, Brazil is diverse, and with diversity comes uniqueness. So, like I said, I was given just a very narrow snapshot into what Brazil is and how Brazil works. But if you go a little bit further north, you go into the Cerrado region, you go a little bit into the Pará region, you go into the Rio region, you go into all these different regions, and there's so much diversity. So I'm telling you that my coffee was very sweet, it was acidic, it had beautiful chocolate notes and a lovely caramel sweetness. But just a little bit north, you go into Minas Gerais and you get whole different flavor profiles. So I think I've painted Brazil with a single brush that says, coffee from Brazil is X. And I just realized on this trip that to understand Brazil and taste different Brazils and get different samples, speak to guys and taste the 90 plus coffees that are coming out of there. Because it's really special and it really changes your perception of what coffee is. Efficiency, like I've never seen before. I drum this home, and it's just because I know Dylan told me that, they're so efficient. And then when you see their efficiency, that they do things all the way through to packing, roasting, it was just something really, really beautiful to watch. Innovation. They are constantly pushing the boundaries and innovating. So I know, like at Tribeca, we use the Lila roaster, which comes out of Brazil. A lot of the Penalasi machines, the coffee processing, comes out of Brazil. The Embraer aeroplane, I don't know if you've flown from Kenya to Tanzania with Kenya Air, you've flown the Embraer, that's out of Brazil. But then they're pushing the boundaries. Even now, while I was there, they've got drones that are delivering takeaway coffees. So they've got drones, so you can order on an app, a drone comes, picks up the coffee from the cafe and drops it off. And then that will go across the rivers because there's so much water there. So like Rio Grande is one of the big rivers. They can fly medicines with the drones. So they're pushing the drone technology, blockchain technology. It's just so much innovation going on in Brazil. And that pushes and drives quality as well. Coffee people are great all around the world. And I think that is something else I learned. Like everywhere I went, and you met coffee people, and it's just, and I think that's why I'm so bleak to miss being in person at Coffee Week this week, just because everyone in that room that you guys are sitting in is just generally great. We kind of speak our own language. We're all a little bit strange. We're all a little bit buzzed on caffeine mostly, and then whiskey in the evening. And we kind of chat our own language, and we kind of get on. It doesn't matter where in the world you go. You can speak to coffee people and we kind of click and get on. We've got so many differences. They were Brazilian and they spoke Portuguese almost exclusively. But when we started speaking about coffee and we started cupping together, and I spent a lot of time cupping with different people, and it was just great. And I just realized, and I knew it, but it just always reminds myself when I go to somewhere brand new like Brazil, that coffee people are really special and really great. Yeah, there are challenges in Brazil. They suffered from massive frost 2020 and 2021. And that's really hammered the production, and that's why the price jumped so much recently. They've suffered from drought. They've suffered from a couple of issues that they've had, but drought, fires, frost. So environmental things are the biggest challenges. The war in Russia has created a bit of issues with fertilizer and getting fertilizer out of Russia into Brazil. So there definitely are challenges there, but they have ways and means to overcome those challenges. Okay, this is a little video. So I'm very sad that I also had to miss the cupping for Shot in the Dark. it's very dear to me, and I think it's a fantastic competition. So the day that the judging started, I actually went to cup with this guy. His name's Carlos, and he is the Cup Tasters champion of Brazil. And he also judges all those Cup of Excellence competitions. So this is just a little message from him to all the competitors competing in Shot in the Dark this year.
Desejo boa sorte aí pro pessoal de Campeonato de Torra na África. Eu sou o Carlos Henrique, campeão brasileiro de Cup Taster 2018. Pronto?
Do you all get that?
Jose, how's your Portuguese? Can you translate for us?
So basically he said, from Brazil to all the competitors in Africa, good luck. So from Brazil to all the Shot in the Dark competitors, and from myself, good luck, and I know you guys are going to smash it up. I can't wait to hear the top 10 announcement. All right, and then this, I think Mel and Ian will know the challenge when you travel. You get thousands and thousands of photographs, and I couldn't put them all into a slideshow. So I put them into a very short video for you guys to just kind of get a quick, better understanding of what I saw. There's still thousands more photographs than this, but it'll just a quick little video for you guys to see. Is the sound coming through with the videos, yeah?
Yeah, it is. It's a little soft, Matt, but it's all good. Hey, we can hear. It's fine. Go for it.
Okay, cool.
Should give Matt a round of applause for that. That was awesome.
Thank you.
Matt, any concluding remarks before we take some questions?
No, I think that's about all I have to say about that.
Okay, awesome. Are there any questions from the floor? I've got two from our online audience. And Matt, also, you'll be pleased to know that quite a lot of people in the room were taking photos of your slides. So that's really cool. Maybe you can make them available to Mel and I, and we can share them with those who are interested, or directly from you.
Sure. Cool. Will do.
Questions? I'll bring you the mic if you've got a question, or you can kick off with this one while you guys think about the first question. This one is from Captain Slowbrew, who I think I know who that is, who's been tuning into every single session.
Chris, I've had chats with him. We're watching together online.
So the captain asks, did you get to witness fertigation? And for those of you who don't know what fertigation is, it's basically where fertilizers are infused into the irrigation system and then sprayed onto the coffee plants. Matt?
Yeah, we did. Obviously, again, it's Brazil, so they're super efficient with everything. So they take the water from the river, which they have river rights or water rights to. It filters and then goes up, filters extremely well, like drinkable, goes up to a fertigation system where they incorporate the the fertilizer into it, and then they use drip irrigation, which is a lot more, again, efficient, and it doesn't waste a lot of water. So that's their fertigation system. And then they have a guy that's just focused on the irrigation and fertigation.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Any questions from the floor, or should I ask the next one? David Wallstra in the corner. Hold on, Dave.
Cheers, thanks. Farmer Matt, how's it going? So just a quick question. I think that for me, one of the greatest things happening in coffee right now is the coffee price. But what are you noticing? I think you hinted on it earlier about there's so much experimentation happening there. But with the increased price, what do you think are we going to see from Brazil in terms of innovation? Because I think there's a little bit more slush now to get things going. Thanks.
Yeah, so I think it definitely does help. I think if coffee farmers have the ability to produce coffee and good quality coffee, but they're also not as constricted with price, it definitely helps them like push the envelope. But I think a lot of the farmers, what I noticed in terms of prices, they're willing to work with roasters, baristas, etc., to kind of push and drive the what the roasters are asking for. And I think that question came up with the yeast talk, where are baristas looking for it, are roasters looking for yeast, etc. That debate came up a little bit. But they're able to now take the risk at the hope that they can produce a good coffee. And for the most part, it's working. They're able to produce really delicious coffee, and that price buffer really helps them.
All right, this next question is from Oba King, watching online. And Oba King asks, it kind of speaks to what Dylan also said about elevation yesterday. With the concept of elevation adding to perceived quality, how much does the particular farm you went to, Matt, at 930 meters above sea level need to compensate to compete with coffees that are assumed to be better because they're grown at higher altitude?
Yeah, I think so. Elevation is generally linked to temperature as well. So if you're going up to higher altitudes, you're getting cooler temperatures, which works on the cellular respiration rate of the plant, which is linked to sugars, etc., and sugar development. So where they were, they have the cooler temperatures, especially now in winter, where the maturity of the beans is happening. So it got fairly chilly normally without frost. Every now and then they do get frost, and that's kind of where they're working on. But they're also fairly far south. They sit at 20 degrees south of the equator, where I am here in Zanin is, they're 23, where I am is 20 degrees south of the equator. Was the other one? Sorry, it is the other one. We are 23, they're 20, sorry. So they sit at kind of the same latitude as us, which does make a big difference with daylight hours and temperatures, etc. And 900 meters is fairly high. I mean, you're not sitting at very low altitude. It also, their land is very flat, which is what they need for their mechanical harvesting, etc. If you go into very mountainous areas, which there are, if you head up into Cerrado, into the valleys up there, then it gets a little bit really difficult to do mechanical harvesting, and then that changes your cost of production, drives your cost of production really high, actually. So yeah, they sit at a fairly decent altitude as well.
Any other questions from the floor?
Hello, Matt. Hello, Matt. I want to ask you what methods were they using for frost prevention that you saw?
Yeah, so frost is something that's really interested me at the moment as well. So I'm actually going into a lot of research and study about it, because it's something we struggle with a little bit every now and then here. And what they were doing is they make fires. So the biggest thing is to just get smoke up above the trees, and the smoke acts like cloud cover, which stops or prevents that transpiration. So that's what they've done. So it's actually as sad as it is, it's actually quite beautiful. They get these little fire pits all in the orchard, and they make these little fires. That's just to generate a lot of smoke, and that's what helps the frost prevention. They were caught a little bit unaware last year, and they were hit with the frost, and now they had to actually eradicate and move a lot of the coffee trees out that were killed. And it sounds easy, you just replant a coffee tree, but you actually have a process before you can do that. So that once you've pulled the tree out, you've got to plant soy, which kind of just helps rest the land, brings nitrogen into the land. Then they plant corn, that helps with aeration and also helps with composting as you cut the corn out. And then you can plant your coffee in the third year. So once you've pulled out a coffee tree, you've got another 3 years before you put another coffee tree back in the ground. And then from that point, you've still got another 3 years before you start actually harvesting the coffee from that coffee tree. So yeah, so that's the way they treated it. And then the trees that were taken out, unfortunately, they were really hit quite hard with that. And that was part of the issue. But yeah, they were just making fires and creating smoke, which helped with the frost prevention. There are foliar sprays that you can spray onto the coffee, which help with frost prevention. But that was, again, when it comes to efficiency and cost, it was just too much. So making the fires was actually just over 1 or 2 nights, a little bit easier. You start the fires about 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, and that really protects your trees quite a lot.
All right, any other questions? I've got another one from the captain here, Matt. The question is, because of the differences in climate and topography in Brazil and the uniqueness of these almost mini climates, is there push towards different varietals and experimenting with them? And did they feed you tequila?
Okay, so it's not where we were. No, the drive wasn't to experiment with varieties per se based on the climate. It was based on spreading the harvest throughout the season. That's what they were pushing their varietal choice on. So yeah, that was really how they chose their varieties. I'm sure other areas, like I said, that was such a small slither of Brazil that I saw. So I'm sure other areas are experimenting based on varieties on other areas. For the tequila answer, no. I don't think I might have had one tequila, but they have a white spirit there called cachaça, which is made out of sugar. So sugar is a massive industry in Brazil. Sugar and paper are massive, massive industries, to the point that their cars run on ethanol made from sugar cane. So, and it's cheap. It's like 10 Rand a litre for their fuel, which is really great, especially coming back to South Africa and being hit with a 27 Rand a litre petrol. So they use a lot of sugar, and they distill a white spirit out of that called cachaça. And then the more crafted versions of that become aged in barrels, and you get a nice crafted aged cachaça. The silver one is typically not drunk neat. It's put into a very delicious beverage called caipirinha, which I had many of. And then the cachaça, the aged one, is put into a glass and sipped, much to my surprise, often during lunch. So you'd go for lunch and you'd be starting to get a little bit of a buzz on. It's about 40% alcohol, and it's like you sip it like a whiskey. So it's something I tried to institute back at home, that we all sip whiskey during lunch, but it hasn't quite taken off yet. We'll keep pushing that.
Questions? Are we done? Oh, Jono. Let me give you the microphone, Jono.
So Matt, no Origin trip is complete without at least a run, a hike, a swim in some frozen lake, some breakdown. Let us know what was in that highlights reel. Share with us.
Okay, so yes, obviously runs in Santos on the beach was quite special. So we ran along the beach in Santos, and it's like, honestly, guys, if you go to Brazil, like Rio is great, Sao Paulo is great, but Santos is a very underrated little town. I think all I knew about Santos was that bad coffee came from there. That's all I used to know. And now it's completely changed my perception. It's just a beautiful little harbor town with massive ships that go out of there. Like I said, 80% of the world's coffee is going out of there. So a nice run on there, ran on the farm, obviously hiked through the Cerrado region, did a hike and obviously a swim in a very cold waterfall there, which is very beautiful. The breakdown, we didn't break down, but I did get punched in the face in a nightclub in Rio. So that was quite exciting. Broke my nose and really hurt quite badly. And that was on the last night of my time in Rio. And the guy thought I was American and came and punched me in the face. So yeah, that was my emotional breakdown maybe. But no cars broke down.
All right.
But yeah, you're 100% right, Jono. Runs and hikes are very important to when you go on an origin trip. I think to actually get your feet on the ground and get them dirty and dusty is super important. So wise words, Jono.
All right, Matthew Carter, everybody, and thank you, Matt. We really appreciate your presentation. And we thank you for always being invested in Creative Coffee Week, and we really missed you as a judge at this year's Shot in the Dark, but we know that you'll be with us next year. And I think Mike McDonald and Nicodemus and Kath and Theresa, now they're going to be prepared to cup like 600 coffees in a day based on what you just showed us. So judges, no sympathy for you next year.
Thank you.
All right, now I'm going to hand over to Mel with our next part of the program.
Miss you all.
Okay, you can hand the mic to Winston. Okay, so we're doing a little spontaneous. You want to go to the front? Sure. Yeah. A spontaneous session that wasn't on the program, but while we have a little group of coffee people together, we thought that we'd take the opportunity to talk about what we want from our national association in coffee, so known as SCASA, and we have an opportunity at this point in SCASA's life cycle that we can, as we spoke about with Erica yesterday, imagine it and create it how we want it to be. So I thought that we could just have a little bit of time to think about what we want from an association and what we think that it should be doing for its members and why we would be members of SCASA. So that's just an opening gambit. And Winston, would you like to mention?
Yeah, I think I've had like a parent-child sort of relationship with SCASA in a way, and by that I mean like when you're the child, you want everything and you don't have the understanding, but when you're finally the parent, you have a bit more context, you understand that these things are not as easy, like when I first had to pay for insurance and medical aid and things like that. But that being said, I do also think that things can be improved. I think that it's going to take like a productive discussion from both parties in order to make some kind of progress. But I think given that resources are often very low, it's not easy to do the things that the members want, but at the end of the day, the members are paying members. So we need to figure out sort of a way to make things better. I probably come from the barista competition perspective, and I think what I found through winning the competition 3 times is that I get all of the benefit and the other competitors don't get as much. And I think that's part of the discussion I would like to have, is how do we have more people benefit from these things, members aside, because I think as a barista from the start, like building from the ground up is to me really important, and I think it benefits the bigger picture. But like Mel said, it's an opportunity for ex-board members from way back, more recent, and possibly board members to come to sit in a room with actual members and have a discussion, because we can't do this very often. Like online is never really productive. And I guess the way that the first 2 days of the event has gone, there's been so many discussions, and this is like such a good sign of progress in coffee in South Africa. I think we all want the same thing. We all want just coffee to be better. And I think the association often has the database and those kind of resources to make it happen. But at the end of the day, it is only 6 people, 8 people? 6. It's often only 6 people who will also have full-time jobs. So I think there needs to be a bit of grace given to both sides, if you know what I mean. So,
also, let me just say, I'm representing SCASA today, as of 30 seconds ago. Some of the board members are here, and some of them couldn't make it. But if you don't know me, I'm Neil. And we do have some good news. As of this morning, we'll be paying for your trip, of course. And Winston's been running a very successful GoFundMe campaign. But I still invite you all to participate in that. You know, $100, well, dollars, but $100 will go a long way to Winston to make his trip even more successful. You know, as an ambassador for South Africa, he can still use that money from the GoFundMe campaign to make sure that he gets the most leverage for being the national champion. So please go ahead and support him on the platform. But SCASA will definitely be covering your travel expenses.
thank you. Can I add on that? In addition to that, part of the GoFundMe campaign finances that I'm getting in that I kind of conceptualized in the last 2 days is, and this is part of why I kind of want to see SCASA be more active, because I've got a lot of resources available as the barista champion, and I was speaking to Jeff yesterday about how we win these competitions, we go to the worlds, the individual gets all the benefit, we come back, but then the gap between us and those that didn't get to go is still so big. And we want to share as much as we can, because the better all of the South Africans do, the better the quality of our competition. So thank you. But so now I guess I can officially say that part of the GoFundMe financing that I'm getting, I'm going to be keeping aside and hosting an event in Cape Town and Johannesburg, hopefully with SCASA, to bring some of the Com Coffee and just like have an open workshop discussion on barista competitions from a barista champion's perspective. So kind of just opening the book and allowing for free anyone to come in that wants to come in, and hosting like a workshop on like how to do well at comp, because the step up, like John, you've been there with Harry, like the step is so big and it's so intimidating. So we go there for the first time and it's like, you know, you're so overwhelmed that you don't even compete at your highest capacity. So just using some of that funds in order to sort of open the book and make it a little bit easier. And hopefully I'm looking at helping to facilitate that, SCASA or individuals and the board, to make it work, because we've got big spaces available in Johannesburg to host events like this, and we do in Cape Town as well. So I can't do it on my own, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, you know, that's where SCASA should and wants to step in, and having people like Winston to be our national representatives is exactly these kind of initiatives that we want. So for a bloke to go out and start a campaign and do something to bring everybody together and to get SCASA more involved in everybody's lives, because you know it's not that clear cut and not that simple to run the competitions and everything. You know, we simply weren't in a position to pay for Steve-O last year because there were no sponsors and there were no competitions. So we had no way of making an income. And it was such a shame that Wensi wasn't able to attend his competition simply because of visa issues and so on. But possibly in the future we can use our leverage and our contacts around the world and at the embassies to make that travel a little bit easier. I think that was a very sudden thing that happened with Wensi. But if we can work together more closely, and okay, that's the political spiel, but I'm also here to take the shots. So, I mean, there's a lot of criticism about SCASA, but having said that, we've added so many more, I don't know how many, but so many more members in the last couple of months, which is fantastic for the organization, but now we've got to use those contacts and resources and everything. And we were only able to pay for your travels after we had the HostX show where we got some sponsorships in. So, I mean, SCASA has been strapped for cash in the last couple of years, if you will, from 2020.
And it's been quite difficult to make ends meet. You know, the board has put their own money up on the line to pay for expenses and to make sure that we can at least keep it open. But like I say, I'm here to take the shots. So shoot, if there's something that you want SCASA to be involved in, that's why we're here. We want to open that communication line.
So I think, yeah, moving away from the barista competitions and like as members, I think shots or not, thoughts, ideas, feedback, starting with John.
Yeah, I mean, I just first want to say that it's, like I almost feel a little bit emotional when you say SCASA is going to be able to support Winston, because having been with Harry in 2019 and both of us working for possibly the biggest coffee roaster in South Africa at the time, the gap between a South African competitor and like the budget that some of the guys had, I know, obviously Australia, the United States, China, we were not competitive, so that's awesome. My question is, I maybe have been a little bit out of the loop, but the last that I heard was that the whole board of SCASA was stepping down and that there was a nomination process for a new board. What is the status? Who is the board?
So we put it out to the members to nominate who they want as board members. And the members nominated for whoever they wanted, and we kept it open. So it comes down to the constitution of SCASA, which was written many years ago and wasn't updated to reflect the latest, everything that's going on. So the constitution of SCASA says that a current, or at the moment it says that a board cycle is 1 year, but that's a bit impractical to actually affect change. So we changed it to 2 years. And then we'll leave it up to the new board of SCASA to actually determine all of the fine print that's written in the Constitution so that we can update it and make it proper and relevant. And we had lots of internal discussions about this topic in particular. So right now, the nominations were open, and it's been closed since. Anybody was valid for nominations, and we contacted each and every one of the people that were nominated, and we asked, are you willing to stand? And of those people, there's only a couple of them, I think 13 or 12 or something, people who were actually willing to stand, and that does include some of the current board. So myself and George elected not to go up for running again. Are you out? Okay, so Chris is also not up for re-election from his own choice, but he was nominated. So there's a whole bunch of new names. So at the moment, there's only 3 of the current board members who are nominated, but the rest of the 12 or whatever, how many people are brand new. So it's up to the members to decide who will be representing them, and that's an important decision, because if you're happy with what SCASA's been doing, then vote for the Oaks. If you're not happy with what SCASA's been doing, then vote for whoever you believe will be able to carry that torch. Does that answer your question? So I made the form last week, and it should have gone out already, but it hasn't gone out. So we'll speak to Amanda, but probably in the next couple of days it'll go out. So I made it just before Creative Coffee Week, I think last week Friday, with all the names, and we just built a platform so that the votes can go out. And obviously it's only for SCASA members, so we have to correlate who's voting and who's a valid member and so on, because the forms are open for the public, if you will, so we've got to go through all the names and make sure that they are valid. But it'll probably stay open for about 2 weeks. So we want to get it out, get it done, get a new board elected, and hand them the torch and say, go ahead, go do the finals for this year. So we did the semi-finals at Hostex, and the finals still have to be arranged for this year. And we hope to still have it this year, but that will be up to the new board.
Question here, Neil?
How's it? Sorry, thanks very much. Just a quick question from my side. So SCASA, so we're all members around here, and I mean the very meaning of SCA is Specialty Coffee Association. And I think in this room and in the broader community, we've got access to the most incredible coffee in the world. Well, coffee that is roasted up here and sourced here is what you would find at cafes in Watch House or Rain or wherever you will around the world. Even Tim Wendelbo, the same type of coffees are available in South Africa. So it would be really great if CASA could arrange events such as cupping or showcasing those, or even roaster events where we can showcase the best coffee in South Africa, which would stand as amongst the best in the world. So I think those industry events, to have our own event where we attract the best roasters, where we attract the best coffee people to showcase those and own that event. Not, dare I say, bring everybody else in and add all sorts of other things, including biltong and snacks and all the rest of it. Absolutely dedicated coffee focus. But thanks for stepping up, really appreciate it.
Yeah, so I completely agree with that. We've had lots of discussions about, well, you still got to fly.
Oh, okay. Insurance, like I said, got it.
So we've had lots of discussions about our own platform and making it specialty and, opening it up to our members. Now, anybody is technically allowed to be a member. We cannot grade people on the quality of coffee that they serve to people and say, okay, well, you this or you that, and so you're not allowed to be a member. So anybody is technically allowed to be a member of SCASA, but then to at least attract all of those people into a central location. But it's quite a challenge. So it's not just a clear-cut thing. Hey, let's get an event and let's do it. I mean, Ian and Mel have done spectacular with this particular platform where they actually went out and got sponsors for. But yes, let's take you up on that offer or on that challenge, and let's make a platform where everybody can get together and sample incredible coffees that they probably wouldn't have had access to. Now, from SCASA, we've got to be the enabler, but we cannot get involved with sourcing coffees and selling coffees and things like that. So we've got to be quite careful with where we have a hand in so that we don't impede on the business of our members.
Okay, we need to wrap it up, but thank you very much for the opportunity. I'll say two things. I've been a SCASA board member before, and a lot of other people in the room have. And I'll say this, an association is only as strong as its members. Okay, the board are there to carry out the members' wishes. So you can't sit back and complain about the board if you, as a member, are not doing everything in your power to make the association better yourself. Secondly, I would like to see SCASA publish the minutes of their meetings, because it feels like, as a member, I don't know what's being discussed, so I'd like to see a date of a meeting or a calendar of when the meetings are. And as a member, I'd like to be able to put forward what my agenda is as a member, and what my concerns are, and I'd like to see the minutes published in a public forum, obviously ring-fenced within the membership loop. That's all I'll say from that.
Yep, sounds good. I mean, we are here to benefit the members, and the communication should be open to members, but that will be determined by the new board and how they decide on it. So, when you vote for the new board, please do so consciously and make sure that you are happy with the people that are representing you. Because it is a pretty big thing to handle, and there's lots of internal discussions, and getting just 6 people together in a room is already quite a challenge. And just getting them on a single call is already sometimes a challenge, because we all do have our own businesses. I mean, the ideal would be to have someone employed to actually run the expos and actually run the things, because, for Hostix, I was overseas. I couldn't even do a single thing. So it was left up to 5 guys instead of 6. So it quickly becomes a difficult thing, but let's work on it and make it better. I think we can all agree that SCASA can improve and should improve and has the ability to improve. And let's start that with the vote for the new board. Yeah.
Thanks, Neil. Thanks, everyone. We can do it.
Okay.
It's going to be great.
I'll just add, I'm here. So if you want to come chat afterwards, I'm here.
Okay, great. Okay, so we're a bit behind in our program now because I did a spontaneous thing, but it was important. Okay, so we are going to now refocus onto a very big market section of our coffee industry, and it's growing all the time, especially since the specialty coffee guys have gotten on board with this thing of capsules. And the convenience of having amazing coffees in capsule form. So for the next 10 to 15 minutes, maybe 20, I want you to come and taste these capsules. So I want you to engage with these machines. Olaf is my technical genius here. He's the engineer and is very good at running these machines. They're called the morning capsule machines, and they're very beautiful and a specialty way of making capsules. And we have some capsules from 4 Weeks, who have been doing great work in the compostable capsule area. That we'll be chatting to Daniel Pretorius from 4 Weeks after we taste some of their coffees. David Wallstra from Seam has been working hard at also going the environmentally friendly route. We'll hear all about that and all the details of that after we have tasted some of the amazing coffees. And we also have some from Kelowna Coffee. Maxwell Kelowna Dashwood was part of the inception and idea behind these machines, so I think it's quite cool that we've got his coffee here to taste on the machines that he was part of creating. And thank you to More Flavor for sponsoring these morning machines. They are the local distributors of them, so exciting. So please come taste. They're fired up and ready to go. And we have a hard 11 o'clock for the next start of the next session, so please come.
What Nespresso gave us is consistency in the cup. But Nespresso is designed their machines for Nespresso, which is a slightly darker roast. They want a certain consistency, they want certain extraction. So now enter the world of specialty coffee, and Kelowna is actually leading the game when it comes to that. They've been in the game since 2015. I think when Maxwell got involved there, people were like, "Oh, you're selling out, and this is crazy. What are you doing?" Meantime, he saw the future, and this is where it's at. So all the work they've done in coming up with the coffees is amazing. And I mean, I just read one of their recent newsletters about the coffee. They were saying that in the Nespresso format, the extraction was the best they've had out of any method of coffee on one of those coffees. Now that is absolutely phenomenal. So Nespresso, we're going to see is going to start changing. Everything about this is now moving into specialty, about consistency, showcasing amazing coffees, different varieties, different processes. So there's a good question on the capsule. So basically what happens is an espresso has got kind of little blades that push in through the back. And those blades punch to the back of the capsule. They then force the coffee or force extraction to the front. And then when it comes out, you'll see there's a whole lot of marks on it. So basically what it does is it forces it to the front, creates the back pressure, and then extracts the coffee. So the front part is the filter, but the filter is done really on the pressure of the capsule. And just something interesting is that if there is a way in which to recycle aluminium, we don't really have that here, but in the UK they've got a way of recycling aluminium. And funny enough, capsules are the most environmentally friendly way of drinking coffee. And you're going to say, well, that's crazy because it's single serving. Yet when we see how much effort is put into it in terms of the extraction and how we can recycle these aluminium ones, then in fact the carbon footprint is very, very low. There's been studies done on that. But in South Africa, we don't have a way of recycling the capsules. In the UK, they've got a method of handing them back and they can recycle those capsules, which is actually really, really good. But that's why the use of these in the right way is actually one of the best ways. And also remember that aluminium is infinitely recyclable, but you have to recycle it. So, yeah. So yeah, the biodegradable capsule, this is 4 weeks. That's their capsules over there. That is compostable. I think it's industrially compostable, so it's certified TUV Austria. And the top is also a paper-based. I can't talk to exactly what it is, but it's roughly like that. And all of it is actually biodegradable. And then, so I think that's where we're going to see the future. So these are the capsules that we use. They are 100% hermetically sealed, so you can actually see that there is a bit of an air pocket on the top of those. And yeah, that is 100% home compostable, certified home compostable. You can literally take that and drop it straight into the compost. So for freshness, these particular ones, 12 months. So you can keep the freshness inside. We'll talk about that afterwards. But there's quite a few interesting facts on that. Yeah. Somebody needs to try the Kelowna stuff because I'm not sure how they've got it right. But this is a rare coffee. So this is something very, very special. Somebody should tuck into those. That's absolutely amazing. It's not working. pop in another one. Just do a flush quickly, yeah? Just releasing the pressure there.
You know you drive me crazy. You know you drive me mad. But I could never live a day without you.
The difference between the coffees. No. So basically, these are roasted by various roasters. Father, I think they got Truth over here. There's also, I think that's Rosetta. So those are roasted by different roasters, and then 4 weeks puts it in a capsule for them. So you'd have various coffees. So this would be various roasters in which they put the coffee. 4 weeks is the capsule guys, yeah. And they ensure that, well, the roasters roast it, give it to them, and they put it in a capsule format. Sorry, this is a good question. So these are all Nespresso compatible capsules. So these capsules will work in any Nespresso compatible machine, correct? Is there anybody else who wants to try an espresso capsule? All right. Craig, come forthwith, bro. All right. Super. Can we? Yeah. I think we'll get into more of that conversation just now, but the two of the capsules we're presenting are compostable, correct? Can you just Pop that one in there. All right, so the coffee in here, for anybody who's interested, is Margarita Hernandez Colombia from Raw Material. You're going to taste pecan and apple pie with a little bit of nutmeg and even some white grape. So give that a run. Going there. Nice cup. Coming up soon. Yeah. Yeah. Quick. Yeah. Leave a machine, exactly. But it doesn't crack you in the face on the way back up.
Okay, team. I need you to get back to your seats, please. What will happen is we'll keep making these while the talk is happening and passing them around. So you will get to taste. Don't worry, but I just want to get our speakers that are waiting in the wings online and chatting to you about these amazing products. So that means Craig Charity, David, let's move, right. Moving back. Don't worry, guys, I'll bring you coffees. We're going to chat all about these capsules for the next session. So if you have questions, you can ask them of the group.
Sorry? Use this mic. Okay, just make it comfortable.
Thank you, Olaf.
To your mouth, sorry.
You're amazing. Okay. Ian?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Okay, folks, grab your seat. No, don't grab your seats. Just sit in them. Find a good-looking seat and sit in it.
We've got a delightful panel of people who are all invested in the capsule industry. Excited to welcome them to Creative Coffee Week to talk about the innovations and ways that the coffee community at large can get involved and have an impact in this sector. So.
And if you didn't get a capsule coffee, just try and make eye contact with me or Mel or Kari or Ben, and we will bring you one.
Bring you.
So you can taste it while we talk. But our esteemed panel are waiting online, so I don't think we should keep them waiting any longer.
Yes.
So should we introduce them? We obviously all know David Walstra. So David is here. Thank you, David. And he's going to be up front. Then waiting in the wings is Mark Ostain, who some of you might know from Cape Town via Australia and various other places. He's a beverage consultant. Mark is online.
Correct. We've got Daniel Pretorius of 4 Weeks Coffee, who they produce locally, fully compostable. But I don't want to get the terminology wrong, so I'm going to let Daniel and David and Mark all speak about their particular expertise, because it's all about the correct wording, and the ways that they're doing it is important. So.
And is there one more?
There's Michelangelo.
And Michelangelo, all the way from Italy, Michelangelo Pero from Ima Coffee, and they do capsules on a vast scale, which he will tell us all about.
Yeah.
All right.
So we'll hear about that as well. Okay. I think that we'll begin with Mark. Say hi. Hi, Mark.
Sure. Hi, everybody.
Hi. Where are you in the world, sir?
I'm actually in Rosetta's Roastery in Cape Town in Salt River.
There you go. Okay. Say hi to the team at Rosetta for us. We've got some of the 4 Weeks capsules.
To the outside.
Excellent.
Yes, I've tasted them recently. Tasting really good. Dan's done a wonderful job on those.
Amazing. So, can you tell us a bit about the morning coffee machines and how you've seen the capsule industry change since you have been starting to push it?
Yeah, with pleasure. First of all, thanks to David. I'm stepping in for him. He was otherwise engaged, but he gave me the opportunity to play around with the morning machine pretty extensively quite recently. And what it does is really fill a gap in our brewing capabilities for capsules. If we look at what a capsule is, it gives us the capability of putting between 5.5 and 6 grams of coffee into a brewing unit, which is really subpar as per the sort of standards that we would really want for brewing espresso coffee. We're working with lower temperatures, we're working with less pressure, and ultimately an inability to grind coffee fine enough for a traditional espresso. So what we need are more parameters, more brewing parameters, and this machine really allows us to play around with brew times, brew temps, pre-infusion times, most importantly in my opinion, and really start to open up opportunities to work with better coffees, with lighter roasts, with more interesting flavor profiles where we can really start to show off the intrinsic qualities of good specialty coffees. And it gives the consumer a really nice user experience at home. They're a lot of fun to use and to play around with. Obviously, you can link the app to the machine and start really pushing every parameter possible in a way that's only really surpassed by a machine like a decent espresso machine, for example. So on that level, it's really exciting.
Amazing. And can you explain some of the technology that's gone into this particular machine?
Yeah, look, I don't know the technical specs. I'll be very honest with you guys. It's quite new to me. I followed their development since the inception when they started off with a Kickstarter way back when. But ultimately, in terms of the practical applications of the machine, what makes it different from an espresso machine, where you only have the ability to play with brew time, essentially. You put your capsule in, and you can preset whatever brew time suits you according to your drinking preference or whatever, whether it's a so-called lungo or a ristretto or an espresso. What this allows us to do is look at the coffee. For example, you might be working with something like the Rosetta progressive coffees that Dan encapsulates on Rosetta's behalf. And you might think, okay, right, well, we're looking for forest berries, we're looking for florals, and you can start thinking about maybe lowering your brew temperature. Look at certain aspects of the way we brew with an AeroPress, for example. Start looking at longer pre-infusion times, so you could preset a pre-infusion of up to sort of 20 seconds in some cases, and then start to play with your extraction times and right through to pressure profiles. That can start right down low and peak on the sort of hyperbolic scale. There's lots of fun things that you can do, and with that pre-infusion, you can really bring out some of those characteristics that you wouldn't be able to extract in a sort of traditional 12, 13 second brew.
David, you said you were explaining, David Walstra, you were chatting with the group about the machine. What's your experience been of it?
Morning machine is now known as pretty much the best Nespresso machine in the world, and the guys behind it, I think Singapore-based company, they've really come up with something special, because when we started looking at capsules, we didn't like the fact that we had to change the roast profile to a darker profile. We didn't like that we had to change the flavor notes so that we can get an extraction. So I think what the morning machine has now done is ensure that you can actually get the most amazing and consistent cup of coffee out of a machine that you could use every day. In fact, it's so consistent that will put out a better cup of coffee than most espresso machines will. Colono, the coffee you've tasted over there, Maxwell put out a recent newsletter and said one of the coffees that they put through the espresso, the morning machine, is one of, in fact, the best they've ever tasted of that coffee in that brew method. That's groundbreaking. That's never what we heard before. So it's very, very exciting. And for roasters like us, we could put in a profile on a raw material, Margarita Hernandez honey process and put it into the app, and that app can be used by anyone to just draw that down and extract it to the exact same parameters that we are happy with. It's groundbreaking. That's very exciting.
Very cool. And can I maybe bring in Dan at this point to perhaps talk about, so they work with specific roasters. Maybe Dan, you can tell us what the process has been to get the coffees right for the capsules, or vice versa, to get the capsules right for these kind of coffees.
Amazing, cool. Well, it's so great to be here. And yeah, I'm Dan from Peru. And yeah, I think that, it's been an incredible journey to date so far. And just to give you a little bit of a background of what we do, and similar to most of you, coffee has formed an integral part of our lives. And I think that, we really recognize the brilliance of the Nespresso machine. David, I heard you talking about that a little bit earlier. It's a phenomenal way to get a consistent cup. But there were two really fundamental challenges in this space that we really wanted to explore. And one of those challenges being sustainability, and we'll definitely talk to that a little bit later, and just, a lot of single-use plastic and aluminium. And then sort of the second most exciting part of the space was really, the coffee inside the capsule. And, we found it incredibly frustrating that we had to settle for, a dark sour Italian, roasted coffee, when having a brewing mechanism of an espresso machine. And so, we really wanted to challenge that. Why was most of the capsules available in South Africa, roasted overseas, shipped all the way to South Africa and enjoyed here, when we've got this phenomenal local coffee culture? And that's really where the conversation started. And we started in our backyard with people that we knew. I grew up in France. And so the first person that we spoke to was Michael from Turbador. And, when we shared the concept of putting his coffee in a compostable capsule that would give his customer a consistent, experience from cup to cup, he was really excited. And slowly we started to explore this conversation with different roasters. We spoke to Judd and Paul from Deluxe, and the conversation went really well. And we knew that when we started speaking to the guys of, like Rosetta and Father, that there would be immediate pushback. And, capsules was something that was extremely frowned upon in this specialty space. And that was really when the conversation got exciting, because it was, how could we position capsules in a way that, the specialty coffee roasters could sort of adopt and explore. And it was really in our first conversation with Jono and Rob from Rosetta that we were able to explore this. And I think, sort of where the penny dropped was really asking ourselves that, we can control the cafe, we can control the sort of experience in the cafes, but what happens when the customer buys 250 grams of beans and takes that home? How are they grinding that coffee? And what are they using to grind it? How are they dosing, the cup? If they're using a mocha pot or a plunger or an AeroPress, how much coffee are they putting inside? And I think the brilliance of the Nespresso machine is that we can use sophisticated grinding technology, as well as control the dosage of each capsule to 1 of a gram to deliver a consistent experience. And so that if we can highlight the flavor notes of what the roasters are roasting for, so at the moment with Rosetta, we're working with the Yabitu washed, and with Father, we're working with the Conga natural. And yeah, we're really happy with the flavor profile that's extracting from an espresso machine. And I think that, for the owners of roasters to know that when customers put the capsule into their Nespresso machine, they've fundamentally only got 2 buttons to press. And I think it's that consistent convenience that has really been great to explore over the last couple of years.
Thank you, Daniel. I'd like to bring Michelangelo in at this point. Michelangelo, you've been to South Africa, you've seen our market. We know that specialty is still a very small part of the market, but it is the frontier in terms of what coffee roasters are doing with flavor, and to have it accessible in a capsule is a great way to grow that market share. Michelangelo, what do you think? What are your insights in terms of the South African specialty market, given your perspective from Europe?
So first of all, thank you everybody for having us here also this time. From the perspective of the South African capsule market, of course, the espresso capsules, as also the guys here were saying, is growing fast, and this is a huge market that can be developed not only through aluminum, but also, and maybe most of all, over the time, with compostable and biodegradable capsule as well, like the one that we have seen right now. In terms of numbers, of course, not only in espresso shape are growing fast in South Africa, also the Keurig cup, depending on the type of brewing that the customer wants to choose, is growing pretty fast. And the real challenge from our point of view is not to find the right taste, as well as for our roaster and for our capsule producer, but to find the right granulometry profile to fill inside the capsule, and of course, to preserve the right condition in order to have the best and the most consistency inside the coffee cup every time. For this reason, thanks to our solution and thanks to most of our technologies, the dosing accuracy is very elevated. And also thanks to the control of the grinding system, we can ensure to the capsule producer a complete granulometry profile that is perfectly brewed inside these special machines that are produced right now.
Daniel, do you want to respond to that from a production run point of view in terms of the stuff that you're currently doing in South Africa with 4 weeks in some of your roasteries?
Yeah, definitely. I think that, we've really noticed the importance that technology plays in the role of capsule extraction. I think that's two parts. One is from the grinding technology side, and the second is from obviously the automated encapsulation side. And I think that for us, when we started, just due to the capital investment and also sort of the, we were unsure of the space, we launched with a pretty basic entry-level sampling machine, which involved, 2 people had to use it. Also, the output was really limited, and the variables that we could control were very limited, and we weren't able to control the dosage. The sealing was also quite inaccurate, which led to quite a bit of permeation in terms of oxygen in and out of the capsule. And I think that for us, as we've grown over the last few years, it's been really exciting to sort of develop and adopt this new technology. And we've just landed a new automated encapsulator 2 months ago. And, it's been amazing to see that just by controlling dosage and having a proper seal, how this can change, or improve and evolve the extraction and the performance of each capsule.
Thank you. Thanks, Daniel. Just want to say, if anyone hasn't got a coffee in front of them, just make eye contact or raise your hand when you see Precious coming with the tray if you haven't had a taste of it yet. And on that, I want to speak, Mark, I know you've got limited time with us. What do you say to the roasters in the room? Is this something worth pursuing?
Absolutely. I mean, it's as everyone's quite rightly pointed out, that the market sector is growing. The sustainability credentials of capsules themselves, both aluminium and compostable, have improved significantly. I don't necessarily agree that they are the most sustainable coffee brewing solution available. That to me doesn't gel 100%. But what it does offer consumers is an incredibly consistent brewing method. And it allows us to minimize waste in some respects. So from that perspective, it does offer some sustainability. Compostable materials are improving significantly. When we do have great recycling in place, then it then becomes a no-brainer across the board. To the roasters in the room that are considering it, when you're looking at bringing together these aspects of sustainability and cup quality, we have all the technology in place to make those decisions a little easier on you at this stage. There are multiple companies locally that you're able to work with to create an incredible cup of coffee in a capsule. And guys like Maxwell really led the way in that respect and started looking at putting really high-end specialties into a capsule and saying, hey, this isn't your traditional espresso. You need to break that mold and stop thinking that you're going to be drinking a Starbucks double shot of Italian espresso, and start thinking that you're going to be looking at a more filter style brew that's bringing out the aromatics of the coffee, that's bringing out those intrinsic qualities again, which, you know, most of you that are probably watching today are interested in. And as that market grows, then as roasters, you can start to be excited about capsules. You can stop thinking, hey, I've got to roast 3-4 degrees darker just to satisfy the average consumer. And I've been down that road with several brands. You know, we've launched off the bat and come out with coffees that have been a little bit too light, a little bit too progressive, and have had customers come back, as I'm sure you've all seen before, and say, hey, it's acidic, it's too weak. I mean, you'll hear it's too weak over and over and over again. But the more of us that get on board, the more of us that really start engaging in this space, the more people are going to start to really think about capsules as something a little bit different, as a consistent way of taking your favorite coffee home and being able to brew it perfectly every time. Pair that up with great equipment like the morning machine, where you can start, as David quite rightly pointed out, loading profiles that the roaster has recommended in the same way that you can do as a roaster with an Akawa roaster. These sorts of things are pretty groundbreaking and really allow home consumers and novices to get the best out of really incredible coffees, which we're starting to have access to in South Africa, which is exciting.
David Wallstra, as a roastery that has recently taken on this, has it been a seamless process?
You didn't bring that in.
Or has it been challenging, and what are some of those challenges, Dave?
So we were sitting on the sidelines for a while. We've had capsules done on 2 different occasions with varying levels of success. So the reason that we jumped in now, we saw the writing on the wall a long time ago. Maxwell saw this in 2015. And he was right. I think he got ridiculed for it in the beginning, but he was right. Capsules are the way to go. And particularly since COVID, we're seeing more people drinking coffee at home, more people even drinking maybe in the workplace once or twice. Single serving is kind of the way to go. So the reason we jumped in, these are our capsules that you might have seen and might have tasted now is. This is 100% home compostable. In fact, it is the first certified OK Compost home compostable capsule available in South Africa. There was a huge amount of technology that went into this. It was launched globally, I think, but in Luxembourg probably sometime last year, but a huge amount of effort went in. So the 3 things that you would look at a capsule if you're going to decide to go in this direction is performance, hermetically sealed. Hermetically sealed means oxygen barrier, and the third is end of life. So we had a look at this capsule, and all 3 of those were ticked. So this capsule with the biofolds or the microfolds in the top of the lid gives us a really good extraction. In fact, it gives us as good extraction as you would an aluminium capsule. The back is soft, it's easy on your machine. When that pierces the machine, it's nice and soft, goes in easily and forces it to the front, creates a really, really good extraction. And then also you'll see it's got a little puff to it, exactly like an espresso capsule. Some people see that as a perception of the quality, but it's also got to do with what's inside, the bio-oxygen that's inside and raises it up. And that's not necessarily about the freshness of the coffee, because the coffee we put inside here was 13, 14 days old, so it would have degassed by then. So it still has that little plump. So for us, it's been an incredibly long journey, waiting on the sidelines. And when we saw this, we thought, that's it. We have to jump in. And very, very exciting, because a bag of our coffee we don't necessarily want to put in retail, because it has 30 to 40 days before it starts going past its best. So we run the risk of that coffee being on the shelf and somebody tasting it after that and saying, oh, Seam coffee's not that good. Meantime, the coffee's past its best. Capsules, on the other hand, we've got 12 months in these capsules in which you can enjoy them. So the opportunity for roasters is massive. We can put every single one of our coffees inside here. And because we're only going to be putting in raw material coffees, 100% of that is going back to the farmers. So it's a brilliant showcase for any roaster who wants to get involved and to push the product into retail, into hotels, into cafes, into the home user. I just think it's a huge market for specialty.
All right, so Daniel, you want to weigh in on those comments?
Yeah, I would love to jump in. Yeah, I think that there are 2 points that really struck or are important to us, and one is sort of the wastefulness of single-use capsules. And I think it's been amazing that this technology has been available to us to put coffee into a fully compostable material. But I think what we're doing at 4 weeks is really asking ourselves, what happens after we've used the capsule, and we know that at the moment most plastic and aluminium capsules are ending up in landfill, and that over 90% of the waste generated in South Africa too ends up in landfill. And so it's really great to sell a product that is 100% compostable, but if that's ending up in a landfill, it's not the optimum ways to dispose of it. So when we talk about something being compostable, the ideal sort of waste stream for them or an industrial composting facility. And what that will allow for is the capsule to break down under natural elements and turn itself into valuable soil. And I think that at the moment we don't have the infrastructure in South Africa to support that. And so what we really are trying to do at 4 weeks is to encourage people to shift their habits and to start to become aware of how they dispose of these capsules after use. And I think that's where we really had a lot of fun. We looked at our package inside this pod pouch. 30 capsules fit inside this pouch, and the pouch is made from the same material of the capsule shell. And it's designed that once you've used your capsules, you can then refill this pod pouch. It's got a Ziploc bag. It looks like this. So this is our pod pouch. 30 used capsules are inside. And the really cool thing is that, this entire unit can then be composted. And I think that's what we really tried to achieve, is that, yes, it's great to sell something that's compostable, but how can we as a company take responsibility to encourage our users to throw that away? And yeah, I mean, it's a very new space, but it's been really cool to sort of, adopt it and to explore it.
All right, I'm going to ask Michelangelo to weigh in with his comments now, but also audience, if you've now all tasted the coffee, so think about your questions. Mark Ostain only has 10 minutes, so if you have a question for him, we'll start with him. But Michelangelo, do you want to weigh in?
Oh, I mean, I feel that this type of innovation will lead, especially in the future, to not only to a better environment, and I'm not just talking regarding the South African perspective, but also from a worldwide perspective. We are still living in a limited world, so we need also this type of innovation and this type of technology in terms of compostable and biodegradable solution in order to try to be even more friendly with our environment and with our world that so far is constantly filled with so many waste, and these are maybe the smartest way to dispose all what we consume, not only in coffee industry, but also in other type of industries.
All right, thank you, Michelangelo. Comments from the audience now that you've all tasted it? What are our thoughts? What are the questions you may have? Yes.
Earlier we were talking about fiber being such an important product. What are you using as a base for your capsules?
What's it made out of? So this particular one is all bio-based. So it's the fatty acids of plants that they put together. So that creates the seal. So this took a 5-year-long process. This is not our capsule. It's just something we use. But it has TUV Austria certification for home compost, bio-based industrial compost, as well as fully biodegradable. So all of those are international certifications. So for you to get to the bio-based, there are certain things that you have to achieve in both the capsule as well as the lid. But safe to say, this is 100% home compostable. You take it as it is and pop it straight into the home compost. Within 26 weeks, it'll break down to nothing.
I think the question is, given that we were talking about harvesting fiber yesterday,
fiber.
Can we harvest the fiber back from these?
I pretty much doubt it, because I think once it gets wet, then it kind of breaks down. But again, that's something for the manufacturer to answer. Okay. So that's something I think for the
Dan-
manufacturer.
I can see Daniel's putting his hand up. You on the way in, Daniel?
No, sorry.
Composition of your capsules?
Cool. So our capsules are very similar to David's. They outsource to manufacturers overseas. At the moment, we don't have the infrastructure here in South Africa to produce those locally. Our capsules are currently made from something called a Terra blend. It's very similar. It's completely bio-based. And there's been some really interesting movements in the space from PLA, which is commonly a plant-based plastic, to something called PHA. And yeah, we're doing some really interesting research at the moment, and we're looking to change our capsule shell in the next 2 to 3 months as the space evolves.
Amazing. Questions? Any questions from the floor? Yeah, there's a question in the front here.
Okay. On a daily basis, as a barista or a roaster, you deal with so many different personalities and so many different people at the same time. For example, I have a guy that comes in the morning. He wants 4 shots of espressos in his cappuccino. Doesn't make sense. But I have another guy that wants 1.5 shots in his cappuccino. So when you guys were going through the whole profile, the tasting and making of the decisions, what did you consider? Like, how did you consider that, okay, this is the perfect yield, this is the perfect everything? Like, what was the process like? Because I'm trying to understand, if I'm going to take a capsule, I'm not just a coffee person. I feel like a coffee artist. I want to take it as far as I can. And if I start working with your capsules, would you make me understand that how did you come up with the process? How did you come up with the final product, especially on the taste point of view? Because taste buds are very different, especially if you're in Durban. You have very different coffee in Durban. And when you go down to Cape Town, it's a very different coffee in Cape Town. And when you go down to Joburg, it's a very different coffee to Joburg, considering altitudes and the way people roast and the way people take coffee and the experience. So how did you guys do the whole timeline of tasting and making the final decision towards what you put in your capsule and what you are selling right now?
All right, super. I'm sure Dan will be able to answer that on the 4 weeks, as they do for quite a few top roasters. Just on your comments about the customers, there's a saying that says, if your coffee orders more than 4 words, you're part of the problem. So, but I think to answer your question, and this is the beauty of pods, and Maxwell mentions this in the podcast. If you go look for that podcast, if you're interested in capsules, go and listen to Maxwell's podcast on capsules. He says a couple of things there. The one is that we mustn't take for granted the work Nespresso has done on educating the customers. That's the first thing. So in other words, if you go to an espresso store, some people say, even give me the gold one, or give me this or that. They recognize it by its name, or they recognize it by its color. They've done a huge amount of work on that. That is important. Why? Because the second most important nugget is that specialty must never mistake that they are not aiming at the premium market. Specialty thinks they're aiming at the premium market, they're not. And that's where Nespresso has done a huge job of ensuring that their customers are looked after from an intensity something to an intensity 10. So to answer your question on what we do, we source really, really good coffees, and the same play that we want to ensure that they showcased in our cafes, or our retail, or our wholesale customers, we want to showcase that for people using them at home. So we will put flavor profiles onto those. We will try and do the best we can in ensuring that flavor profile is met, so that when you read it, if it says dark chocolate, nutmeg, and praline, that's more your style versus red cherry, something else. So you would choose from what the profile is telling you. That's the first thing. Then the last thing on that is that you're only dealing with 5-6 grams. Sometimes I don't want to get involved, but we're kind of pushing some limits on grammage. But it's not more than 6.5 grams at maximum. Nespresso is about a 5.2 grams. When you're dealing with such a small amount of coffee, you have to kind of adapt in some respects to either the pressure or the profiling or even the grind size to adapt that to get that out. Remember, you're dealing with a very, very small amount of coffee, hence why people's interaction with it so far with something that's not Nespresso is like, it's washed out, it's acidic, things like that. Okay.
All right, thank you, David. Mark has to go, so Mark, closing remarks from you, and thank you so much. Let's give him a warm round of applause, and then closing remarks from Mark.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah, look, I can, just to close up, I can expand on David's point, and for your four-shot cappuccino kind of drinker, I think they're going to find the capsule market to be rather challenging, and we work within certain parameters when creating capsules, whether they're targeted at the intensity 12 Nespresso drinker or they're targeted at, let's call it an intensity 3 specialty style capsule drinker. So each brand has to look at that market and really make a conscious decision of what they're trying to achieve with their capsule. And in doing so, attempt to manage the expectation of the consumer. And to do that, again, it's playing with roast profile, it's playing with coffee purchasing decisions, and really finding that balance. But what I hope we all continue to do as a coffee community is keep an open mind at both ends of the spectrum, and really understand that if you are putting a really dense, really high altitude, fairly complex specialty coffee into a capsule, you can still create a really excellent cup of coffee. And to that point, if you're roasting lighter, you can push 6.5 grams in a regular Nespresso capsule. That's very doable, but you'll never be able to put much more than 5.6 grams of an extremely dark roasted coffee into a capsule. So there are all of these little things that we play with, and we start to figure out. And as a barista, you would know as well, if you're working with an 18-gram basket and a super light coffee, you might be putting 20 grams in there. If you're doing a really dark coffee, you might be putting 17 grams in there. So it's all of these things. They're different permutations that apply to capsules, and ultimately lead to a flavor outcome which is in the hands of the roaster, in the hands of the producer. And we hope that single shot cappuccino drinker comes along and wants something with a little less milk, and really is happy to enjoy that at home with it in a capsule experience. And the last thing I would say, we talked a lot about the capsule. The one space that really needs to be improved in the capsule space is lidding material. And I've tested upwards of 12 to 14 different compostable capsule lidding solutions. And all of them are varying degrees of okay, and I probably haven't tested David's new material as of yet. But that's the space that really needs to progress in order to improve extraction. Once we get to a point where we can really start to see a capsule lid which provides a barrier seal which will hold under humid conditions, which most paper-based materials don't, you'll then start to fracture in a very consistent way, as you would see with an aluminium lid, and don't just tear down the center or tear off to the side. Then we're in a really good space, and we'll start to see much better coffee with higher extraction yields coming from the capsule as well. But
all right, thank you.
I have to go and pick up my daughter from school.
Mark has to go. Thanks, Mark.
Really appreciate
Really appreciate it. Thanks, bud. All right, Craig Charity, question?
So I see, I've opened some of the capsules, and I see often, I thought it would be a finer grind, but a lot of the time it looks slightly coarser. Is that because the capsule itself provides resistance for the water?
So yes, there's a couple of things. I think Dan would be able to also jump in on this one, but you can't put it too fine because you're going to clog the machine. But what makes capsules really interesting, and this is where it starts to get very technical, is that you would have to use ultra or low fines or ultra uniform grind to get that right. So that means that the particle size is everything. Kelowna has really perfected that side of it. But really, if you go too fine, you can see it's relatively coarse. In fact, let's put it on an EK43, it's around about 2.5. It's not
definitely more. It's coarser than an espresso.
Yeah. So it's coarser than that. But there's a reason. If you go too fine, you're gonna clog it up, because essentially it comes in through the back, pierces the back, and the front part creates the resistance.
Yeah.
So that as the resistance, if it goes too fine, you're going to clog it up. It's like a very fine one.
Like a pressurized portafilter almost.
Correct.
I imagine. Okay, thank you.
Daniel and Michelangelo, would you want to weigh in on that, on the grind size?
Yeah, I'll jump in on that. I think definitely obviously coarser than an espresso grind. I think that for us, the fundamental change that's needed to happen in the space is that for the customer to realize that this is not an espresso, it's actually a different way of brewing coffee. And I think that if we can achieve that, I think that the space to enjoy capsules becomes, so much bigger. And that we have to understand that there is only 5.5 to 6 grams of coffee in each capsule. And if you're using a 250 ml cup, you're never going to replicate the experience that you're having in a cafe. And I think that's been one of the hardest things, or one of the most challenging aspects for us to crack. And actually, you need to brew it according to, what the capsule allows for. So if you are using 120 ml cup and using one capsule, you're making a cortado, you can actually have a really delicious drink. So yeah, I wanted to comment with regards to seeing it in a different light in terms of it's not an espresso style, or it is an espresso style extraction, but you're not going to get the same intensity as what you're getting at home. Yeah.
All right, awesome. This is a good time to segue into Michelangelo's presentation. So, Michelangelo, I'll give you a chance during your presentation to talk about the technology involved in that, but to do a formal introduction. Thank you, David Wastra. You are excused from the stage. Back to your naughty corner. Michelangelo is going to take us through a presentation, but I would like to firstly thank Olaf very much for helping us brew the coffees this morning. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Olaf, you're a legend.
We needed his technical expertise there this morning. Let me put this microphone there, and then you can formally introduce Michelangelo, although a lot of folks know who he is because he was here last year, and we really enjoyed his company. So, Olaf, over to you.
Yeah, morning. Hello? Yeah, okay. Morning, everyone. I want to introduce Michelangelo. He's from Genio Coffee. He's a regional sales and product manager for Africa. He was here last year with me. Unfortunately, this time he had to cancel because he had last week COVID, so that's why he wasn't allowed to travel. Michelangelo will present us more details about roasting and capsule technology for specialty coffee. He will go through the whole process and give us more insights about this technology. Michelangelo, up to you.
Yeah, fine. I don't know if the presentation is on the screen, so if you can please give me a quick feedback.
Yes, it is on the screen. Maybe you can make it as a presentation style.
Okay.
Okay, now you can start.
So, first of all, just to thanks again all the Creative Coffee Week organization to having us here also this time. For us is a big opportunity in order to let our brand to be known even more also in the coffee industry. And today we are going to see how to starting up a new roasting and capsule filling business, focusing on the specialty coffee production. We will pass through these points. So first we will see who we are as IMA Group, or IMA with the Italian pronunciation, what we have to consider in order to start up a roastery, and what are the most important variables, not only through the roasting phases, but also through the grinding and then the gassing part. A short focus also on the single serve solution So we'll pass through all the Nespresso, K-Cup, and all the different shapes that are present today on the market, closing our conversation talking about our pilot plant at Petroncini production. So, as also our colleague Olaf from Ritech South Africa already anticipated on Wednesday speed date, IMA Group is a huge group made by more than 7,000 employees that can count more than 50 manufacturing sites all over the world, covering more than 80 countries, not only in terms of sales, but also supports, remote assistance, service assistance as well. One of the goals of our company is always to innovate and to invest in research and development reason, and this is the main reason why we're always looking for something new and something more innovative every year to present and to offer to our customers. The IMA group is made by several divisions, as you can see from the chart. Not only the coffee division, that maybe is the youngest one, is involved, but especially the pharma, food and dairy, tobacco, automation, confectionery, and also the tea division, that is maybe one of the strongest segments of the entire group. Talking about us, we as a IMA Coffee division are our IMA Coffee Hub, so it's a cluster of different type of companies that was playing in the coffee market that are being merged under one brand, under one only umbrella, that it is the IMA brand. As the IMA Coffee Hub, we are the only able so far on the market, the only player able so far on the market to offer solution not only for processing system, so from the green coffee intakes passing through roasting technologies, grinding system and the gassing system, but to offer also all the packaging part, both primary packaging, secondary packaging, and in case you need also end-of-life solutions. Let's start talk about how, what, or better what, we shall consider in order to start up our roaster business. As you perfectly know, it's always a big challenge trying to start up a new business all over the world. And the two main topics that we shall focus on are for your side, so for the producer side, the business area, and also the facility area. Talking about the business area, first, we shall focus on the type of the market, so on the type of the customer that we want to have for our type of business. Starting from B2C or B2C solution, we shall focus on the final product that we want to serve on the shelves and consider its aspects, so the vertical side, last but not least, also the packaging. And as we have seen also with our 4 weeks guys, is very important in order to have the most consistent cup of coffee at the end of the process. The facility area may be easily individuated thanks to a go-to partner in case you need a special consultancy for what will be the spaces, for what will be also the type of consumption that will be required, both from the electrical part, water part, and all the aspects that must be considered in order to start and to run a coffee industry, so a coffee business. We shall pass through all these type of aspects. So how the green coffee bean intake will be handled, passing through the roasting project, so focusing on what will be the roasting criteria that we want to use, drum roasted, fluid roaster, or other type of solutions. And then, of course, all the steps regarding the storages. So not only whole coffee bean storages, but also ground coffee storages. This is something that we shall always consider in order to make some forecast and expectation regarding our business. Talking about medium roastery, we can focus on our roasting machine that can run around 5 to 20 kilograms per batch. So considering this amount of coffee to be processed over the day, and considering 4 batches in an hour, we can easily understand what will be the forecast in order of output, in order of volume of production that our roastery will give us once we started up our project. Then, of course, we are going to talk a little bit more about all the phases that are making our roasting process. That is the core of the entire project every time that we talk about a roastery. But at the end of the day, focusing of what it is the roasting. Roasting is basically representing for coffee the moment when the flavoring and the flavoring potential and all the harmony of the tastes are balanced and creates a sensation inside the mouth of our customer that can be completely fulfilled or completely destroyed if we don't treat the coffee in the right way. The etymology of the word roast comes from the Latin word tostare, and especially this comes from the past participle of the word torrere, that it is to dry, so to roast a certain food, not only coffee. So roasting basically consists in transferring heat from one external environment to the green coffee beans. This process, of course, may involve a lot of changes, starting from the moisture loss, color changes, odor changes, and physical changes itself that we are going to see now together. This transformation, of course, will involve many chemical reactions that are producing aromas and tastes at the end of our process. These are the most important physical transformation that are beginning at the start of our roasting process. For sure, the water evaporation is one of the most important ones because it happens around 90 and 130 degrees, and this will represent our first part of our roasting phase. The loss of humidity, that is always around 8 and 12%, loss of weight, and the crack, so the cracking point, the first point in which the physical transformation start to change also in terms of chemistry, and of course the interior pressures of the carbon dioxide and all the other gases that will be released during our roasting process. From chemical point of view, so for chemical transformation, we have to consider, of course, the Maillard reaction as well as for Stecker degradation. For what are considered the Maillard reaction, we can say that are a set of reactions that are triggered by the interaction between sugars and proteins during food roasting. So this is not a chemical reaction that happens only in coffee, but in general in the food industry. We have to consider this Maillard reaction as one of the most important classes of aromas that are deriving from this type of thermal shock that the coffee suffers during the roasting phase. The Stecker degradation will lead the coffee bean to release a huge amount of carbon dioxide as well as other gases that are present inside the raw material. The most important thing to consider is how I want to roast my coffee. And if I want to roast my coffee in a specialty way, I must consider especially the two main differences between this type of concept. So I have to separate the conduction heating transfer method to the convection heating transfer method. Talking about conduction is basically a transfer of heat from one substance to another one that happens by direct contact. As you can see also from the picture, the coffee bean is always in touch with the hot surfaces of the roasting drum, and it most of the time it leads to bad notes inside the cup, smoky notes, and also burnt taste inside the cup. Through convection, the coffee is more gently roasted, let's say, and is passing through a fluid. So it means that we want to strike the coffee amount inside the roasting drum through a huge airflow volume that, differently from the conduction, can lead to more delicate notes, more aromatic notes, and can help to develop the aromatic compounds, especially at the end of the roasting phases. This is the physical difference between conduction and convection, and as you can see, especially when we talk about roasting process, most of the time it's easier for us to adjust the temperature of the power instantly delivered inside the machine more than trying to adjust the temperature of the iron that suffered this thermal shock. Having a look on the roasting phases, we can see now here a standard roasting profiles, and we separate all the phases that the coffee being passed through. Of course, one phase to be considered is the preheating, then the endothermic phase, that is the one that lasts longer, and the exothermic phase, maybe the most delicate together with cooling. Talking about preheating, the preheating temperature is a crucial part for the roaster, because we will set up the condition in which our amount of green coffee will come inside the roasting machine. Considering an average thermal shock around 80 and 90 degrees between when the green coffee is loaded and when the turning point happens, we shall consider that during this first phase of the preheating, the coffee itself is start changing its conformity and also its structure characteristic. The quality will change, the density of the coffee will change, and so the humidity. We have to consider especially also the amount of the coffee that we load inside a certain type of machine, because this will affect not only the roasting time, but most of the time also the roasting uniformity. Now we are in the first phase, so the endothermic phase. The endothermic phase, when the endothermic phase happens, some reactions are happening inside the roasting machine. First of all, let's consider this type of reaction that something that absorbs energy. So in this part, our coffee that is start to be in a rubbery structure is trying to absorb as most energy as possible in order to make a fast deshydration. This deshydration of the coffee happens around 90 and 140 degrees right before the Maillard reaction started, and is characterized by a loss of weight and a change of color from green to yellowish notes. In the roasting phase, the evidence of the beginning of the endothermic phase is changing the color, is changing also the odor, and we will start to smell baking odors exactly when also the color of the coffee bean will start changing. Talking about the second phase, maybe one of the most delicate one is the exothermic phase. Why this reaction is very important inside our roasting phase consideration. Because at this point we will not only have the burner that will deliver heat inside the machine, but the coffee itself pass through a self-combustion condition in which it will start to deliver by itself even more energy inside the roasting machine. The evidence of the beginning of the exothermic phase is always the first crack. So once we hear about the first crack, we can consider that we are almost or maybe close to the end of our roasting cycle. It's very important because since a new heating resource is added, because the coffee starts to be self-combusted, we must be careful, and we shall also lower the percentage of the burner in order to keep the same soft and gentle uniformity in terms of roasting. Last but not least is the caramelization of the aromas, so the very last part of our roasting profiles. And when the caramelization happens, a complex series of chemical reactions are involved. Starting from the sugar browning, there will be a lot of variation inside our coffee batch. And all this type of fine-tuning at the end of the roasting profile will lead to a formation of the aromas that will resemble inside our coffee cup. This part is very delicate because we will define the right aroma, so how the green coffee was treated not only during the roasting phase, but especially in the last part. The cooling phase is maybe one of the most delicate part of the roasting phase, even if most of the roasters are ignoring it. Let's say that the cooling down the coffee in an immediate and effective way will help the coffee producers to reach exactly the right balance that they were looking for. There are technologies that are using one fan both for cold and hot air. In our case, with IMA technologies, we always split with two different fans, one dedicated for cooling and one dedicated for hot air. And this helps the coffee producer to stop immediately the self-combustion that we were talking about in order to reach the right recipe every time. But what are the roasting parameters that must be considered during our roasting phase? Depending, of course, on the technologies that you are using inside your roastery, we shall focus on these main 5 parameters. The modulating burning power will help the roaster, the roast master, to modify while the roasting process is happening, the tastes and the flavor, not only the development of the structure and maybe of the dimension of the coffee bean. Then the temperature itself. Of course, it will be easier for the roast master to roast on a roasting machine that has the opportunity to save and record different and several roasting profiles depending on the environment temperature and depending also on the raw material that you are using. Because you maybe know better than me that even if I buy a certain batch of green coffee, the moisture content may be different depending also how was stored this type of green coffee. And these are variabilities that we must consider in terms of steps of the temperature that the coffee will pass through. The roasting time that can be easily adjusted if you have the opportunity to pre-draw a roasting profile, or also if you want to roast in a manual and traditional way in order to develop not only the aroma and the taste in the right way, but also the physical and chemical structure of the green coffee beans. The airflow adjustment that can be useful for the development of the coffee bean itself in terms of dimension and in terms of uniformity inside the coffee bean for the roasting, and the drum speed. This variable is very important in order to have always the right ratio between air and coffee bean inside the roasting machine. The roasting drum, if it is overfilled or if it's not running at the right speed, can lead to have different type of tastes at the end of the batch and can lead to more acidity notes most of the times. So why the flexibility is the key? As you can see from this chart, we can try to reach the same roasting degree and the same color for also different type of coffee, but having a flexible roasting machine, it will help also to play with this type of different profiles. Here you can see that we discharge this type of coffee always at the same temperature, and the color was always the same. What was different? Of course, the uniformity of the roasting inside the bean, the tastes that we had inside the cups, and of course the chemical reaction that the coffee went through all these steps. So having a flexible roasting machine will support and help you not only to offer high quality standard on the shelves, but also to try to reach the exactly note that we are looking for. Talking about specialty roaster, here you can see one of our models for a specialty product. Of course, we have several models. 5 to 10 kilos, 15 to 20 kilos, and also special version in 60 kilos. This machine may be full automated or also semi-automatic machines, and can be easily installed in other parts of the world. This is just a small video trying to depending, of course, on the different type of technologies. Here you can see a specialty roasting machine that have the same engineering characteristic of the industrial one, and present a sophisticated software that can help you to run the machine both automatically or manually way. All the most delicate parameters that we've been talking about are easily adjustable through this touch panel. The human-machine interface is very intuitive, and all our machineries have as a standard the collection of the shafts and also the software to run automatically. All the data can be exported through a software in an Excel file, and of course also all the roasting curves can be overlapped. You can record the correct temperature, and you can make a comparison between one batch and the other. As you can see here, you can set up your recipe, and you can repeat the same recipe over the time anytime you want. This will give you a really high consistency for your coffee, not only for a certain batch, but always all over the time. The cooling phase can be optimized as well as manually driven. And this type of machines, of course, for who wants to start up a coffee business, are maybe the best option, especially if someone who wants to start this type of business is not really well knowledge in terms of coffee inside the coffee world. Then after the roasting, we can have a look about the grinding and the degassing phases. Talking about the grinding, we already have been speaking about how much important is the grinding profile inside the coffee capsule, but in general, for every type of brewing. Every type of brewing will require and will need a certain type of granulometry profile. And as I was saying also before, our challenge is to fill and fit this type of granulometry profile at the best way possible inside a coffee capsule, a coffee bag, or whatever would be the packaging. So to start this type of consideration, we shall say that there are two main families of grinding way. One that is made by blade or disc grinder, and the other one through the roll grinder. We shall focus first on the final product to be reached, then on the volume expectation for this type of product, and the type of packaging that we are considering for going on the shelves. This type of factors must be considered for the grinding profile, because we want to avoid any type of swallowing of the packaging, and we want to preserve the aromas and the high quality of your product that can be last as much as possible inside the packaging itself. So why I shall choose one type of grinding system instead of the other? Considering what we said just now, there are several types of applications that can be applied in different type of businesses. For sure, for small medium production, a blade grinder is always more recommended than a roll grinder. That involves also most of the time a bigger investment, but of course for industrial capacity and especially for B2B businesses, we used to have roll grinding solution that provide very high capacity and very also high accuracy in terms of grinding profiles. For what concerns capsules, pods, or in general single serve, the discussion is always open because the technologies are innovating year by year with even more accuracy, their granulometry profiles. So while at the beginning of this business, the roll grinder may be more suitable for this type of application, so far there are also some blade grinding technologies that can provide and reach the granulometry for capsule filling. So after the grinding, something that we cannot avoid is the degassing phase. The degassing phase is a very delicate phase that the roasted coffee pass through and must pass through every time we roast coffee, and the coffee become from green to brown structure. Let's say that this degassing phase is something natural, and that we want to preserve the aromas, even if once the coffee is ground, and trying to avoid the oxidation of the product. As you may imagine, while the whole coffee bean retains the gases at the best way, without being broken once we ground the coffee, the small particle size will release all the useful gases in order to reach positive notes inside the cup, but we release also these positive notes that we would like to feel at the end of the process. So there are several ways in order to degas the coffee in a very good way. Something are natural, something are treated from external systems. And of course, the challenge for the coffee producer is always to find the right equilibrium between a good time of degassing and also the right roasting degrees. Why I'm saying this? Because of course, as you may imagine, the darker you roast, the less you will need to degas the coffee, as well as for the grinding solution, the coarser you ground the coffee, the longer will be the time. And this is also the reason why when we speak about Turkish coffee, we will not need any type of degassing solution due to these very small particles that are composing our Turkish coffee. So the three key factors in order to reach this right equilibrium are the freshness of the coffee. So when I roasted my coffee, and this is very important because we shall always consider between 24 hours and maybe 72 hours of a natural degassing phase for raw coffee beans, and also the packaging. As I was saying, the swallowing of the packaging can lead to a clog inside the machine when we talk about capsules or pods, or can also lead to a swallow of the coffee bags if you don't apply a unidirectional valve on the bags itself. So the most important part for you that are coffee producers is to have a longer shelf life on the shelves, preserving the high quality of the product that we are producing once you roast it only in the right way. So all the variables that we have to consider are the environment condition, the roasting condition of our coffee, so the roasting degrees, the color, and especially if our coffee have already released some oils due to too much stressful roasting phase, the right granulometry to reach in order to fill my type of package, and the pressure that will be created from the gases that will be released after the roasting phase. Then silo size, depending on the storing that you will choose, and the final packaging itself will determine, of course, the right preservation for your product. Let's focus now on the capsule packaging. After our nice chat with 4 weeks, guys, we can easily say that, of course, the capsule market is growing very fast, not only in South Africa, but all over the world. Let's say that the most common system are always the Nespresso and the Dolce Gusto one, but focusing especially on the American market, the K-Cup is still the queen of the market without any doubts. Then, of course, we can have also some other different type of shapes of capsules, even they are not so common to find in this type of market. Let's say that talking about an espresso, so far the aluminum Nespresso is the most common one, but of course we can also find some plastic solution, or even better, as we have seen also together, some biodegradable and compostable solution. Let's say that for Nespresso grinding profiles and espresso extraction, we have always to consider, as we said also before together, a different type of pressure that the machine will apply inside the capsule. And our challenge is not only to not let the capsule be swallowed before the filling inside the machine, but also to keep the type of the sealing always closed in order to contain and preserve the aromas that we want to save inside the cup. Then, of course, this is another type of brewing and another type of beverage that will be served inside the cup, because it's a longer beverage that comes from the K-Cup. This type of filling technologies may be used not only in the coffee industry, but also in the tea industry. And we are facing from several years also different projects that involves this type of capsule, not only for coffee, but also in general for soluble product. The particularity of this capsule is that inside it contains a small piece of paper that helps to brew the coffee in a longer and a softer way. And one of the other most used shapes inside the capsule market is the Dolce Gusto. Let me say that in the last 2 years, but especially in the last month, we saw this type of capsule shape mostly used for soluble product and not only for coffee. So especially for who wants to reach cappuccino solution or other type of flavors that are added in a powder form inside this capsule. Then, of course, inside the market, you can find many types of capsules. And for instance, this one, the Caffè Italy one, is a shape that it's running very fast, especially in the European market. Let's say that every capsule has its own characteristic and has its own characteristic of brewing. So from customer side, if we are looking for a consistent way to drink an espresso, of course, the most established way is still the Nespresso one, but we are always hoping that for the future, especially the consumers in general, will be more educated in order to understand the differences between the different type of capsules and also between the different type of coffee producers. To sum up a little bit what we have been pressing through this half an hour together, if we wanted to match in the right way a capsule filling solution and a roasting solution, here we have some numbers just to start up the business that can bring you and your business to reach up to 28 million capsules per year, considering the lowest capacity and the lowest speed that we can propose. So even for those that were looking for start this type of business in a slower way, you can see that 365 days in a year, it's quite a big time, and there is a lot of time to produce not only roasted coffee but also capsules with the right technologies and with the right go-to partner, of course. Then for specialty coffee, we have just released in the last month this new type of solution, these new technologies that it is a very compact technology of capsule filling solution. This solution may be provided together with the grinding, and in this case we have a blade grinder that is made by Petroncini, together with our capsule filling SB1. With this capsule filling solution, we can reach up to 20 capsules per minute, and basing on these numbers, we made also the previous slide. So despite the fact that it is a very compact and very small machine, it can give you a very huge number in terms of capsule and single serve producing. This is a video to show you how the machine is running. The machine itself is very, very easy. It involves not more than 1 square meters layout, not more than 2 meters high, and involves all the industrial modules that are present in the bigger capsule filling machine. So this is basically a small-scale capsule filling machine for industrial and R&D purposes that are used for startup solution and to reach the highest quality inside the capsule. Automatic destacking, accurate dosing filling, pressing unit, nitrogen bed, closing and sealing station with automatic aspiration of the ground coffee that will gives you a completely clean and perfect capsule. Automatic collecting of the reel, especially after cutting and sealing station. So also the changing of the reel, it will take not more than 10 minutes. This is maybe the simplest solution that we can offer today. And despite the slow speed, we can grant less than 1% oxygen residual inside the capsule with a very accurate check weighing after the dosing unit. So at the end of our presentation, we would like also to show you what are the news in our IMA Coffee Hub. Last year, we left saying that we were building up our pilot plant at Petroncini facility in close to Bologna. And so again, we have two separate areas, one made for the analysis and the other one used for showing our technologies. In our analysis lab, you will be able not only to taste the coffee in different way and several ways, but also to analyze different granulometry profile and trying to make all the trials that you want in order to reach the right taste for your product. Then, of course, speaking about technologies and speaking about our portfolio, as you can see from the picture, we literally built up a small-scale plant in order to give to our potential customer and to our customer the best service for making their trials. Here, as you can see, we have a green coffee intake station, cleaning station, and storages as well. From one unique control room, you will be able to manage the complete plant, and this helps us also to let you understand what are the potentials within our plants. Also, a packaging part and a ground coffee handling part is present inside the pilot plant, as well as all our roasting technologies. On this left side, you can see a modular roasting machine technologies, and on the left side, on the right side, the traditional drum roaster that we have at Petroncini. Not only processing phase, but also packaging part. As I was saying, in case you want to come to visit us, you will be able to bag your own coffee in a different type of shapes, depending, of course, on your request. And you will see also running one of our latest solution for capsule filling that can be adaptable for plastic and aluminum solution for capsules. So I want to leave you with this last video that I also showed you last year. In this video, you will see one of our project, one of our main projects that we developed in Italy for maybe one of our major customers. And this, I hope that can give you the idea that we as IMA Group can do things not only to start business and to develop the business together, but also for industrial solution and for big industries who are looking for a very reliable go-to partner to make their business.
I think that was 700. Michelangelo, I think that was a machine or the roaster, 750 kilos, isn't it?
Yes, of course. Yes, Olaf. This was our biggest roasting machine that is able to run up to 720 kilos per batch. So that means around 4 tons in an hour. And it's a modular concept. So as you can see, each aspect for the coffee producers and for the coffee industry may be easily covered with IMA Coffee Hub.
Thank you, Michelangelo.
All right, let's give him a huge round of applause. Thank you, Michelangelo. And thank you, Olaf. Any closing remarks from you?
Any questions? No questions? Okay.
All right, you can always come and find Olaf. He's not running away.
I'm here, so if you have any questions, let me know and we can discuss it. Thanks again, everyone. Thanks, Michelangelo. Have a nice weekend.
Fantastic. Okay, we're about to break for lunch, but just so you know what's going to happen after lunch, we've got this afternoon's program is obviously quite focused around a shot in the dark and announcing the top 10 of those 51 roasteries that entered the competition this year. So that's going to be really cool. And then also to say, if you've never been to an event hosted by myself and Mel and Coffee Magazine before, you will know that the most important thing, the thing we do the best, is the after party, of course. All right, so we're looking forward to having you all at the after party. It's at the Legacy Yard in Mhlanga Arch. It's a rooftop bar. It is the most beautiful venue. And yeah, we hope that we will be able to celebrate our top 10 and have an amazing time and celebrate this week. So if you had any plans for tonight, cancel them and come with us. All right, lunch is served. Hope you enjoy your lunch. We'll meet back in an hour.
We're invincible. that you were beaten, 'cause the war between us is such a familiar place. I know I'm filling you up, I'm filling you up with rage. But God knows I'd give you my love, I'd give you that any day. You know you drive me crazy, you know you drive me mad, but I can never live a day without you. You know you drive me crazy, you know you drive me mad, but I can never live a day without you. I know I'm filling you up, I'm filling you up with rage. But God knows I'd give you my love, I'd give you that any day. You know you drive me crazy, you know you drive me mad, but I can never live a day without you. You know you drive me crazy, you know you drive me mad, but I can never live a day without you. You know you drive me crazy, you know you drive me mad, but I can never live a day without you. You know you drive me crazy, you know you drive me mad, but I can never live a day without you.
If I am pretty, will you love me? If
Okay. It's the last day, everybody. It's the session after lunch, and I know that you're full of energy and excited. Look at you all. So, I've got an important announcement. I wrote an email to the International Olympic Committee last night, and I told them they need to include the cupping relay in the next Olympic Games. So I'm waiting to hear back from them. I haven't heard anything yet, but I'm sure they'll get back to me quite soon. So I see the maestros reaching for their cupping spoon and their tackies immediately. Hey, Team Maestro? Okay, so we'll wait on the Olympic Committee. I'll keep you guys updated though, okay. In the meantime, who wants to win some coffee? Okay, the first person to raise their hand, unless you're in the maestros, then you're automatically disqualified. I'm going to ask you a question, and then you got to give me the right answer. Here's the first question. Are you ready? What year was the Shot in the Dark first held? Yes. Yes! You have a winner. Give him a round of applause. Okay. Who's the official sponsor of A Shot in the Dark? Yes! Yes! It's Wendy. Wendy, do you know you won the blind wine tasting? Give her a round of applause. She got 6 out of 6 in the blind wine tasting competition. Mel has your wine. Don't leave without it, eh? Okay. All right, we've got a few more giveaways to give away, but not all at once, because else you're going to be you're frothing too much and getting too excited and start biting and scratching and kicking each other. It's going to get crazy in here. All right. So, on that note, I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. Welcome back. It's the home straight. Athletes, home straight. See the finish line, and then after party, obviously. Closing ceremony. Winter, over to you. Let's give Mel a round of applause. She has done amazing this week. Well done, Winter.
All right. Thanks for everyone for still being here. We are super grateful to everyone who's made the effort to be here for the whole week. And we're excited for this last bit where I know the roasters in the room have been waiting nervously. We always like to try and engage with the people that produce the coffee for the A Shot in the Dark competition. It is sponsored by Seven Oaks Trading, so we are always very grateful. Thank you to Carol and her team, of which Nico and Mike are representing here today. And they chose this coffee from Tanzania, from Kongoni Estate. And on the line we have Sunil. We do have him on the line, right? Yes. There we go. Hi, Sunil.
Hi there.
Welcome to Creative
How are
Coffee
you?
Week. Yes, we're very well, thank you. We're excited to see.
Thank you very much.
We're excited to see who has roasted your coffee the best. So thank you for being with us this afternoon. Sunil, would you like to tell us just a little bit about your history in Kongoni Estate? So how your family came to be involved and why this competition is exciting for you? Because I know you said to me you want to be more involved with the roasters and more involved with the end consumer.
Indeed. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the team at Seven Oaks, the team at Kijani High and Coffee Magazine for encouraging us and putting us on the map. It's the first time Kongoni coffee has been looked into properly and been part of a competition. So we at Kongoni are extremely excited, and we look forward to the outcomes and, of course, to build the relationship going forward. Coming back to Kongoni Estate, it's got a very long and colorful history. It started off by the German settlers around 1920s, I'm told, who had moved from Germany and cleared the land around the Ngorongoro crater. They planted coffee, and I'm sure as well as other crops. It was all going well. the plantations were, after the Second World War, Germany lost the war and the plantations were considered as enemy property. So they were taken over by the British administration. Later on, they were given out to civil servants coming from India. Yeah, that India just got independence and there was a movement of quit India, so there were a lot of people leaving India. And one Colonel O'Connor, who was looking for opportunities in East Africa, came across this piece of land. And he started farming and he named the farm Congoni Estate. But later on, Colonel O'Connor did a great job. He grew coffee as well as other crops, and he won a lot of awards during his time. In the early 60s, Tanzania got independence and the farms were again on the market. And that's when my family, together with other friends of my grandfather, they all got together and bought the estate. They bought a couple of more estates nearby. And ever since it's been part of this consortium. We had a long period of fighting amongst ourselves. I guess this is a normal thing which happens, but we were able to settle everything. And now it's our family who is managing and running the estate. The estate went through a long period of neglect. And for the last about 10 to 12 years, we have been investing heavily and improving. And we now start seeing the results. And the coffee is, it's considered, it's looked at by a lot of people. And, we are coming on to, being recognized as one of the good coffees from Tanzania. So we are really excited about this competition, and we look forward to working with roasters in South Africa and elsewhere.
Thank you so
offer
much.
everybody a lovely cup of coffee.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, our judges had to taste 50 different roasts of this coffee, and I think even though it was difficult, they enjoyed themselves because the coffee was so delicious. So thank you very much for all the hard work that your team is doing. And we hope to be bringing a couple of the Shot in the Dark past winners, including the winner from this year, to your estate in the very near future. So yeah, that will be excellent. You can see firsthand the work you're doing there.
We look forward to welcoming them all.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Sunil. Does anyone have any questions for Sunil or coffee in Tanzania in general? I know that I don't really know much about how the industry is going in Tanzania. Can you tell us a little bit about that, Sunil?
Yes, we in Tanzania, we went through periods of ups and downs. A lot of farms were nationalized in the early 70s. So there have been a lot of changes in ownership. But of late, the last 20 years, many coffee farmers have put heart and hard work into their farms, and as a result, we are seeing better qualities and better volumes coming out from Tanzania. So yes, we are all trying to work together to build our name, good coffee from Tanzania. But yes, it's hard work and it's not easy.
Yes, no, it's not an easy industry at all to be in, but thank you for all that you're doing there.
Thank you.
Mac and Nico, would you like to join us up here on stage? So Mike and Nico are going to take us through how they approached this coffee in the judging process for A Shot in the Dark. And we're going to get you all to taste a couple of different roast profiles. So an example of what the judges had to go through in tasting these coffees, how interesting, difficult, all the ups and downs of tasting the same coffee roasted in different ways. And Sunil, I hope that you'll stay on the line and hear from Mike and Nico how it went and what their initial thoughts on the coffee were, because they first tasted this coffee and then decided it was going to be the coffee for this competition. So we're very interested to hear from you guys. Thank you.
Good afternoon, guys. I think we've all had some good lunch, and I was just chatting to Mel and Ian. You know, this is probably what everyone is looking forward to. We've got a bunch of good roasters in the room. Most of you did very well. It's the first time that we actually enjoyed, you know, judging Shot in the Dark. We've had previous years where we've had, you know, lots of dark roasts, I must say. And yeah, it hasn't been easy, but yeah, everyone made it easier for us. Thanks to Seven Oaks for hosting the event for the past 4 years. I think without Carol and the Seven Oaks team, this event wouldn't happen. We're quite blessed to have one of the best facilities to do these events, and you're more than welcome to use the facilities again next year. I've been privileged also to be head judge for the last 3 years or so, 4 years, and I always say I stand in the background and, you know, listen a lot than just giving my input. But I would like Mike to also introduce himself and just talk a bit about the competition as well.
Hello everybody, can you hear me fine? Please excuse Nico, he's not normally like that. But I'd like to echo his thoughts as well, and I think we are indeed very privileged to be able to taste a variety of approaches to one particular coffee by skilled roasters around the country. And it's also quite a privilege to see returning roasters again in the competition. I've enjoyed it thoroughly, and I'm sure Kath and Nicodemus has enjoyed it thoroughly as well. And I must say that the deliberation, so after each cupping table, we've actually spent a substantial amount of time discussing and deliberating the scores and notes and everything else about the coffees. And I think that whole process was like a process of self-discovery as well. That made us grow as individuals. So we just like to thank you for all of that. The whole experience was fantastic. So I think Nico's going to give us a little introduction into what went on behind the scenes in the cupping lab. And then we'll do a tasting of 4 different roast profiles of this particular coffee that Nico did on the 6 kilo Genio at the Joburg office. They do share some similarities, but they are actually quite close, especially in drop temperature. Yeah, take it away, Nico.
Yeah, but I would like to say if I ever competed in this competition, I wouldn't have won. It was quite tedious. But yeah, I would like to take you through on what went down in our cupping lab. It's just a short, presentation of the whole competition. Okay, so as we all know, we've got a facility up in Joburg, and it's approved by SCA and CQI as a premier training campus. We were privileged to get one of the 2Q graders who sat for the course in 2018. So Mike is a product of our training campus. So we were 4 judges, Mike, Toriso, Kath, and myself. We had to bring in Toriso to help us both on the front and on the back side. And everyone pushed themselves, everyone was jumping in to help, whether it's weighing of the samples, grinding the samples, and all that, and then prepping the tables. We were also privileged to have the BWT guys with their rock water, that's reverse osmosis coffee water. I was told it's Rock 14. So Daniel and Wendy joined us on the first day just to make sure that we putting the correct water in the urns to make sure the whole competition runs smooth. Then coded samples. Mel and Ian were in the boardroom, so everyone was on board. Mel and Ian were in the boardroom, so they color coded and gave all the samples different, whether it's a letter or a number, just to make sure that there is no, if we had anyone who knew what number sample in the room, any of the judges, we all were on the same page. We're cupping coffees, all blind. We don't know what coffee it is, and that was actually brilliant. We've done it for the last 4 years, and I think that helped us. And then it was time to hit the cups. So quite a tedious exercise. This was on the first day where we were involved in the whole cupping, and then later on you would sit, you can see the couch on the right there, and just deliberate and try to agree and disagree on the whole cupping. If Mike got a flavor profile that I didn't get, and we're not sure, then there's a second judge or a third judge to consult and just make sure that the scores are up to date. So that was quite interesting, and it's been happening every year. So just to take you through what happened, I've got some timeline. It's quite short, and you can see it's a buzz in the cupping lab with coffees all over, 2 tables. We had about 8 samples on each table, so that's 16 samples of 3 cups each, and you have to test all the samples. The most tedious part is testing the aftertaste. You have to swallow, and you can imagine how much of the coffee you're ingesting in your body. So as you graders, as well-trained coffee testers, we can absorb that, but it's not as easy. So we tried to our level best to make sure that everyone gets a fair chance, at what they gave us as their roast. So I just need to jump to the next slide. And then that's day 3. Day 3 was a bit on a milder side because we only had 8 samples to finish off. So day 1 and 2 we had more coffees, and then day 3, because we needed to finish early and tally the scores and make sure at least if there's any dispute, we still have that afternoon to set up the table quickly and go back to the cups. And I remember we had one where Mike said, no, we need to reweigh and retaste one of the coffees because he wasn't really sure of probably what we scored versus what he had. So we had to make sure that at least we give everyone a fair chance at the competition. Personally, I must say I've learned a lot. The coffee was delicious. Like Sunil said, the first time we cupped the coffees as what we call approval samples, we had quite good scores. Normally, what we do, both in Cape Town and Joburg, is we receive samples and then we have to cup and say, okay, does this fit our kind of market or does it fit the competition standard? And then we would go ahead and finish off and get the coffee in. Once the coffee is in, we also have to draw another sample, which we call an arrival sample. And this is what made us to say, okay, let's get this coffee into coffee to be used in the shot in the dark. So I'll let Mike go through the scores of what we capped as approval samples, and then also just go through the shot in the dark score sheets to try and explain exactly what we were wanting from all the roasters and what areas we tried to fine tune to make sure that we get the potential of the coffee on the table. Like in particular, this coffee had a lot of sweetness, and if roasters were lucky enough to bring that out, I think you'll see them in top 10. Another thing is also the flavor. Tanzania coffee is quite juicy. It's got beautiful mouthfeel to it as well. And at times, it's a coffee that is a bit underrated. If you compare where I come from in Kenya, we say Tanzania is like a toned-down version of Kenyan coffee. But you still find some awesome specialty Tanzanias, and this is one of them. So Kongoni, thanks to Sunil, I think they gave us a very good coffee this time around. So Mike?
Thanks, Nico. I'd just like to echo that as well. It's a very solid representation of Tanzania. So you can see this is the shot in the dark score sheet that we went with. It was actually largely, we gained inspiration for it from the World Coffee Roasting Championship production score sheet. I think the big difference with this is that the flavor and the sweetness categories are doubled. So if you had to compare it to the sort of standard SEA cupping sheet, the SEA cupping sheet also includes the categories of uniformity, clean cup, and sweetness, which is actually geared more towards the identification of defects. So in this situation, we're working with a specialty coffee, and it's also, the intention is to assess roasts and not necessarily the quality of the coffee as such. So we found this setup appropriate for the competition. You can see also down below, there were the 4 major defects that we needed to look out for in the competition as well. So underdeveloped, overdeveloped, baked, and scorched. And in fact, I think for the first 2 days, we did calibration session cuppings, where Nico actually did samples geared towards those defects so that we could just remind ourselves what that character would be like in the cup. So that was quite good. I think after the second day, it was like, well, okay, we know what this is like in the context of this coffee, but we did it anyway. So a major thing, if you could just go back there for 1 second, Nico. Just a major thing that people got confused about in previous years for the shot in the dark competition where we used the score sheet is that their scores came across as looking very low. And the biggest reason for that is because if you remove out of a 100-point system, if you remove the categories of uniformity, clean cup, and sweetness, that's already 30 points, because those points in the context of a specialty coffee would be full marks. So what happened here is we doubled flavor and sweetness and included accuracy in descriptions to account for a removal of those 30 points. But what happens is that you're inevitably going to end up with a lower score. So you're looking at something like 7 points off what you would normally find on an SEA score sheet. So if you've got a score in, say, like mid-70s to late 70s, it's fine. It's just that's the way the score sheet works out. So don't be like overly concerned if you see that your score is kind of like below 80. It's actually fine. It's kind of the way the score sheet works. If you could just go to the next one. So this is so Nico just mentioned the arrival cupping sheets that we would put together once we receive the coffee. So I work in Cape Town and Nico works in Joburg, and we both do the same thing. We would both pull a sample, roast the coffee, cup it, assess it, give it a score for its various attributes, cupping profile. And we came very close in this regard, and that's a good thing. So you can see here's my original arrival cupping sheet. You can see intensity scales for the acidity in the body. The scores there above, and 83.75 for the maximum score. cup profile, berries, creamy, coating mouthfeel, malic acidity, mild coconut, and pear, almost like at the city's fruit sort of, sometimes apple popped up quite a lot with the competition coffees as well, and definitely juicy. So if you go over to Nico's, you can see Nico's cupping sheet looks a little bit different because he's an iPhone guy and I'm an Android guy, so our apps are a little bit different. If anybody's also keen on using this cupping app, it's called Catador, and it's also available on both platforms. And it's just a once-off payment. It's very cheap. It's not too bad. So you can see Nico's cup profile is very similar there as well. Sweet strawberries. His was a little bit more distinctive in that regard on, within the berry flavor profile. Clean aftertaste. There's medium malic acidity and creamy body. So we had some similarities there. You've got 83.5, just a fraction lower than me. But you can see what we do is, with the Shot in the Dark competition, we actually used the arrival cupping sheets as a baseline for the competition coffees, like the way we interpret it. So we thought, okay, what is this coffee's baseline score for flavor? What is this coffee's baseline score for acidity and so on? And the thing with sort of classic sample roasts from brokers should be that it's unadulterated with regards to the roast. So the roast times are typically quite short. So in our case, we're looking at somewhere between 7 and 7.5 minutes. And in that way, you actually get very little effects from the Maillard reaction in that sense. So you can actually perceive the acidity profile in its cleanest form. You still pick up on mouthfeel quality. And then as a roaster, you should be able to take a sample like that or a cupping sheet like this and be able to visualize the potential of that coffee in the context of your roasting style. So this was our baseline. This is what we worked with, and with some roasts that we cupped in the competition, it either detracted, it became a little bit lower, or other, the better roasts actually increased slightly, or came more around the baseline number. So we're going to be tasting 4 different samples that Nico roasted, as I mentioned before. And we're also going to look at 2 different roasts. In particular, we're going to be looking at number 2 and number 4. So what will be cool is if you guys can actually just take just go through the 4 cups, just taste try to figure out which one you prefer, and keep that in mind, because then we can run a poll at the end of it to see who preferred which roast.
Yeah, and just to mention, like I said earlier, I'm not the best roaster in the room. This was just an exercise that we all agreed. Let's try and do 4 roasts, and specifically for this event. Let the guys taste and get the feel of what the roasters went through, and from our side what we went through, because we picked 2 roasts in particular, which we're going to talk about, but they're all different. They're all different tastes. So you can get the feel of how much this Congoni coffee, you can stretch it, from a very light roast to a more developed roast. So we're going to focus on only 2 roasts. That's Mike is going to take you through, although I was involved in most of these, but we're sure that you will enjoy the coffees, and be honest as well. I'm still saying I'm not the best roaster in the room.
So while we're waiting for the coffees, I was actually just wanted to give some interesting tidbits about our roast color analysis of all the submitted samples, because that was also a big question by a few people. So we used the little Tonino roast analyzer that we have at our Joburg office to get a color reading on everything. And out of the 51 contestants, 18 roasted light, 17 roasted to city, which is just above that, 10 roasted medium, so a little bit darker than that, and 6 roasted full city, which is a little bit darker than that still. So it's quite a diverse spread of sort of roast colors within the out of all the competitors. And I think last year we had a lot more light roasts, Nico?
Yeah. Last year we had more light roasts, to the extent of you think you're sipping lemon juice, or those. So it was quite intense. When it comes to the acidity levels, by the time you're getting into the second day, you're buzzing already. So yeah, but I think the winner was in the city range last year. Yeah, so quite interesting. And we had a different coffee altogether, so it wasn't the Congoni. But yeah, this time round, I think everyone had a good shot. For those who got the coffee before we even started judging, I could get good comments from the roasters from all over saying this year round, I think we've had a good choice of the coffee, and everyone was loving it. So that's one of the most incredible things we did this year, and that makes it different. And also, like I said earlier, to us, it wasn't as intense as the previous years. And please don't quote me that this is the best shot in the dark judging that I ever did. No, it's just a statement I made earlier that I would like to correct. But yeah, we really enjoyed this coffee this time around. So you've got 4 roasts. You'll see there's roast 1, 2, 3, and 4. We'll get you to taste the coffee while it's still warm. Remember, this is a different exercise from the cupping exercise we did. With the cupping, you're allowed to slurp the coffee, and that makes your retronasal, like you had, what's his name? The sensory talk yesterday. Steve-O, yes. Talk about the sensory experience that when I do green bean courses, I keep telling guys, if you want to get the flavor right, you use your nose. So swallow, get the coffee in your mouth, but try and exhale through your mouth. And it's what Steve-O echoed yesterday. Then the sensory epithelium tries to send the message to the brain to tell you, look here, you're getting this particular flavor. So it's a small trick. As the coffee is still in your mouth, try and exhale through your nose, and then straight away you'll start to tell yourself, okay, I'm getting this particular flavor. And it will bring you closer to that. With the cupping, because of the too much slurping, so we aerate the coffee even more. So our chances of getting the flavor right are quite high. And just to mention as well, we had a few differing flavor notes, and that's, I think Mike mentioned that, accuracy on flavor descriptors. We felt some guys did really well in getting the flavors right, but most of our South African roasters do not understand flavor as such. I think it's something that whichever trainers we've got, SCA trainers, should engage the South Africans in trying to teach more about flavor and flavor description. What you saw on our score sheets, myself and Mike, we are quite close in terms of the description. He picked up malic acidity. If most of you don't know what malic acidity is, contact Steve-O. He will give you a brief on that. If I'm picking up strawberries, Mike is picking berries, we're picking similar things, but that's a trained palate. So you have to also get involved, get engaged in the art of sensory testing. And yeah, some guys tried, some were a bit off, and forgive our handwritings. Some of us just scribble for the sake of shorthand so that we can score quick.
Nico, I want to tell a quick funny story that happened on the day, and it leads into this. So the judges every morning will do a calibration. So Nico, he's got four cups there, and he's got the tray, and it's a piece of paper, and it's turned over, so you can't read what it is. And one of them is the target roast, and I think you saw on that score sheet that he showed earlier, one is underdeveloped, one's overdeveloped, scorched, baked, whatever, just so that, as judges, they can do it. And obviously Mel and I walk into the room and we like, oh, excited to taste these coffees. And I start tasting the overdeveloped one. And I'm like, oh, this is delicious. This is amazing, you know? So like, the target roast is the one that they're aiming for. And they're doing that blind in their calibration. So obviously I'm just trying to allude to the fact that the skills that these guys have is pretty accurate. And then I wanted to ask you, which of these ended up being that target roast that you were calibrating on?
Let's taste first, and then I'll answer that question.
I think I just wanted to add something to what Ian said now as well, is that when we were calibrating, it wasn't actually that we were expecting the competitors to roast in a way that's similar to that sample, but it was more so becoming very acclimated to what the baseline is. So just really getting in touch with the baseline characteristics of the coffee without any sort of roast effects. Obviously properly developed, relatively light, short roast times with minimum effect from the Maillard reaction, nothing buffering the acids or anything like that. So we know what the baseline is. And then it's up to roasters to see if they can improve on that cup profile to make it better. Because I think that's the whole goal, you know?
Can you have the coffees as well? Sorry, we can't talk about something that we
you've had
haven't.
enough.
No, because coffees might have changed. You know, we roasted in Joburg and now they're here. So if we could please just get a sample of each. But I would like to talk about the whole testing experience. Ian asked which of the coffees we thought was a target roast, and
shall we vote?
Yes. Anyone who thinks number one?
Oh, okay,
haven't
it's coming.
yet.
It's coming.
Sorry, guys.
Coffees are still coming. Can I tell another funny story?
Yes, go for it.
So one of the things that's troubled me as the organizer with Mel on A Shot in the Dark all these years is like, what happens if somebody, I'm going to use the word cheat, but what happens if somebody does something to like manipulate or like they'll get a specialty coffee of a different thing and roast it and send it as their thing, because obviously it's going to stand out. It's going to be completely different. And there was actually one coffee that came in this year. It's the first time it's happened. And again, like just to allude to how good these guys are, all of them scored it really, really badly. And it could have, not because it wasn't a good coffee, but because it wasn't, as Mike said, in the, you guys have got the better words than I, Nico, but even if it was just not the same coffee, and they knew immediately. They were like, this is not it's not the same coffee.
I actually thought it was in Tanzania, Kongoni. And I put it out there for the judges to, taste again and again and again. So it happened that it scored the lowest points. But I think we had a few guys who did blends in their roasts. So I think you're not sure. You've roasted 3 batches, and I think I would call it lack of knowledge in terms of taste, and also a little bit of lacking that confidence to put your roast forward. So I know it's nerve-wracking. It's not easy. I wouldn't want to put myself into that position. Maybe one day I will. But yeah, it's hard to choose what coffee you need to send to the judges as the final coffee. So a few blends would not work quite well because of obvious reasons. It's not even close to a cup being complex, and that's where people get it wrong. Just look forward to doing a few batches, have a taste, invite people to cup with you, and then send that sample forward. And I always say, because it's a competition, I think we all know, a little bit of luck falls in. So you're not guaranteed that, I'm the best roaster, my coffee, I have to make it top 10. You never know. On the day, someone else roasted way better than you. So a little bit of luck falls in. I don't know who is top 10, but there might be surprises, like it's always been every year. So yeah, that's how we look at a shot. That's why it's called a shot in the dark. And it's an open platform for anyone. Anyone who wants to attempt to roast and put their coffee forward. Okay, so let's test the coffee.
Should I just give you guys a bit of an impression from my original cupping sheets of these lots? So, I mean, of course, this is based off a traditional cupping and not so much a paper filtered brew. So, of course, there's going to be a difference in cup profile. But what I originally picked up was a slightly tangy malic acidity, red fruit, apple, fairly smooth. I thought it was quite a good cup. What's that? Anybody picking up anything different? Number one. So if you taste number two, because this is actually the one I wanted to have a look at the roast profile. There's a little bit more astringency in number two. I don't know if you guys can pick it up. So this could be a matter of, say, a slightly reduced development time ratio where there's more either quinic acid or chlorogenic acids. It creates a slightly drier, slightly puckering sensation in the mouth. So if you can pick that up, that's pretty good. And what happened is well, there's a number of things that can happen, but if a coffee is lighter, so roast 1 is actually lighter than roast 2, just by a fraction. So there's also more residual sucrose in roast 1 that you can pick up in your mouth and perceive as sweetness. And that sweetness also mixes with the acidity differently than, say, a coffee that's darker. What do you think, Nico, of number 1 and 2?
Yeah, just to answer Ian's question, I think Mike thinks different than I do. That's how we tend to differ and go back to the cups. And this is exciting. When everyone else is testing and Mike is talking about astringency and this and that, I'm like, okay, maybe I'm not getting it, maybe he's getting it, and sorry, I got burnt. I had to grab some water quickly on my first sip of the first cup. But yeah, I think I agree with him to some extent, but I also think it's quite a delicate coffee. It's quite a soft coffee. For me, I would serve it in a cafe as a good filter. I don't see anything different or wrong with it. On the cupping day, it tasted very different. We picked up lots of astringency, like he said, but it's amazing how it's just changed from being brewed at the back. I would enjoy it, in a cafe anytime. So I think I'm on roast 2 at the moment because I got burnt with roast 1's temperature. So that's the profile. I'll let Mike continue. That's how that's how I approached roast 2. We basing on these two because, as in the two roasts 2 and 4, because you'll also taste. If you taste the 2, you'll see there's a difference. It might not come out clear at the moment, but yeah, when we go to the profile again and then you taste, you'll get the difference.
Yeah, so maybe we should just taste 3 and just go through that.
Yeah, 3 and then 4.
Okay, so roast 3 the drop temperature on roast 3 is actually the same as roast 2. The major difference with roast 3 is that the charge temperature is actually lower. So consequently, the roast time was a little bit longer as well on roast 3. So with roast 3, I thought it was more sort of chocolatey, round and creamy. mildly juicy, maybe a bit of grape notes. So it's kind of veering more in that direction. Probably attributable to the lengthened roast time, as opposed to a shorter roast time, which would sort of emphasize fruit notes in the coffee. But nonetheless, the coffee was still good. Like, it was still a good sample.
Yeah, so just to emphasize on that, like I said earlier, we're taking you through the experience of getting into this competition. You've got 4 different roasts. You need to send one to the judges. And from a testing or filter side, we can start to pick, okay, 3 is slightly developed. But if you look at what I did as well, is the charge temperature was a bit lower than roast 2. Tanzania, from my roasting experience, needs some good heat because it's quite a dense bean, and being a double A, you need to go aggressive on it. For those who understand roasting, and I think we've sat in here and had a few chats about roasting, African beans are quite dense, but the difference in them is the size. Like if you get to an Ethiopian bean, it's always smaller in size compared to, let's say, the double A's of Tanzania. Rwanda is in the mid-range, so you need to know how to approach such coffees, but that's for another debate. So roast 3 can be a good coffee as well, but yeah, let's go ahead to roast 4.
So guys, just a quick recap. This is actually roast 2. This is roast 2, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is roast 2. You can see Nico's settings there. For those of you who are acquainted with roast profile graphs, you can see this is the one from Genio, of course. Drum speed and fan speed kept stable, so no changes made there throughout the roast. And then on the top, you can see the gas settings were incrementally reduced as the roast progressed, which is a normal scenario with most roasts. Then you can see the specs, the major specs for the roast on the left-hand side. DTR is development time ratio, that's 15%. The charge temperature there above, the actual charge temperature, or the prime temperature. And then the drop temperature down below. So number 2 on the Actrons was Actron 79 and stated as a city roast. So seemed to be quite a popular sort of degree of caramelization that a lot of roasters in the competition went towards. What's on the next one there, Nico? Is that the
roast 4?
Okay, cool. So that's just the breakdown of the specs again. Just ignore the final temperature at the end of it there. It's just an anomaly. I'm not quite sure why that's popping up. So yeah, that's just the breakdown of everything. See, just under an 11-minute roast. So total roast time obviously has a huge effect on the overall cup profile, and has to be quite a big consideration when developing a profile. And we've noticed massive differences in the cup profiles of, say, similar roast degrees, similar development time ratios, but just a simple change as total roast time can impact the cup quality quite a lot. And I think that's got a lot to do with how the mouthfeel and the acidity of the coffee sort of interact as the roast progresses.
If you look on the roast log, I think you'll see it's quite different from roast 2. And again, what roasters went through. There's a sharp dip, I think, where the rate of rise and the bean temperature probe meet. There's a sharp dip on the profile. Can anyone guess what happened there? Why is there a sharp dip? That's a good one. Load shedding, he says. Anyone? Any guess? The gas was low. So the gauge, there was not enough pressure, so the gas was low. You know, most of us normally flip the bottle around and, you know, to just, shake it a bit, you know, to get the pressure right. And that's why there was that dip. And it's an experience, it's a roasting experience. And if you taste that coffee, I'm sure I got a bit of astringency now. And on the flip side as well, it's quite dark. it's much fuller in taste. Some of us would enjoy this coffee, like I've known the South African market, but yeah, it's a bit roasty to some extent.
So can I just mention something about that coffee as well? So this coffee registered as City as well, just Actron 78, so a fraction darker than number 3, and a fraction darker than number 2, like very, very ever so slightly. And I think what is the roast time on this one, Nico? This is number 4, right?
204.
No, the total roast time.
Oh, sorry, the time is 11. Ten minutes 49.
Okay, so
yeah.
Roughly more or less the same.
Yeah. The other one is 9 minutes 26, the roast 2.
Oh, is it?
So a bit shorter.
Okay, it is a bit shorter. So there you can see again, total roast time has a massive effect on the overall cup profile. So I don't know if any of you still have left of number 2 and number 4. It would be actually quite a cool comparison to taste them now if you do have. So number 2 is definitely more acidic than number 4. Then you have these very distinctive sort of darker taste characteristics coming out of number 4. They're almost like a masked flavor profile, like you can't really pick up too much in the cup profile.
Okay, so that's a comparison between the 2 roasts, that's 2 and 4. And you can see the overlapping roast lines.
Yeah, and shall we do a little poll for which one was the best?
Let's do a poll. So who liked number 1 the best? Okay. All right. Number 2? Okay, Nico. Yeah, that's good. Number 3. Ooh. Number 3. Interesting. Overwhelming favorite. And number 4. Okay, very interesting.
So you can see I can also be wrong. So, but yeah, just to mention, one thing that I like about this competition, I think Mel and Ian are doing an incredible job in getting us together in such forums. When we're quiet up in Joburg, in July there's a shot in the dark, and that's when you'll be more busier. So a big thanks to Mel and Ian. A big thanks to all the competitors who entered into this competition. We're looking forward to getting more numbers in the coming years. It's a very fair play for everyone. So don't feel shy. Spend some money on some good coffee. Put your name out there. And yeah, let's get to taste your coffees. I also invite anyone who believes that they can also get involved in terms of judging. Please put your name forward. Get in touch with Mel and Ian. We've always invited Q graders around. We've had, what's the lady's name in Cape Town? Abby has judged with us before. And anyone who's willing to, come and engage. It's like when I see baristas judging in the barista competitions and then they compete another year. You're more than welcome to do that. Yeah. So just last remark is good luck to all competitors. And Mike?
Good luck, everybody. It's everyone's excited.
All right, amazing.
Any questions? Any questions? Anyone other question?
Just don't grill us, but you can ask us anything, eh?
I think we're going to get to the announcements, but first we're going to have a discussion with Neil from Genio about roaster inputs and outputs, which I'm very interested to listen to. But also, yeah, I just want to say as well, on behalf of Mel and I, just a big thank you to Nico and Mike, and also to Kath, who couldn't be here unfortunately this week, and to Thariso, and Adele and Carol and everyone, Andrew Boltman from Seven Oaks for hosting us 2 weeks ago up in Joburg. It was incredibly tough 3 days. A lot of work went into making sure that the competition was run very fairly, very blindly. That's a good thing, not a bad thing. And I think every year Mel and I take a lot of interest in the feedback from the roasters to say, how can we make the competition better? You know, from where we came to 5 years ago, we're always trying to make it better. So your input is valuable to us. And I think it's an amazing platform for coffee roasters. And I have learned so much just from being exposed to you guys and listening to you talk and the knowledge that you have. And I think everyone else in the room can agree. So let's give them a massive round of applause. Thank you so much. Okay, Mr. Marie.
Okay, hi everybody, I'm Neil. Hello. So I actually want to start with a quick little 2-minute video. My world is quite a lot different from your world. We're an engineering firm, we're not a coffee company as such. So we spend our day fastening things that are loose. And grinding and welding and things like that. So it's a lot different from what your world is like, and I'd like to invite you into mine and just give you a quick little once-over as to what we do for a living. Let's roll it. Thank you. that gives you a little idea of what our world is like. It's a bit different from yours. We actually roast quite a lot of coffee, but we throw it all away. Because, we roast a couple of tons in a short period of time. If you want to test a 30-kilo roaster, then you have to do about 4 roasts just to get the machine dialed in, and that's 2 bags of coffee. And we cannot sell that coffee because it's not roasted properly, because, it's our technicians that are switching on the machine, seeing how far they can push the machine, and there could be grease and rust and things in the drum that could contaminate the coffee. So we can't allow that coffee to get into the hands of the public. So they usually go into as fertilizer into gardens, which is a shame. Okay, let's see if we can get the presentation up. Colleen. Okay, so I want to talk to you about the inputs and outputs of a roastery, of the whole system of roastery, and I speak in engineering terms because that's what we're going to get to. So we're rapidly entering a world of lots and lots of data. And as an engineer, I like data, and I will bombard you with data, but that doesn't help anyone. That data needs to be interpreted for it to become information, for it to be something that you can relate to and something that you can make an intelligent decision or assumption from. So data is one thing, and we are moving to a space where we can start gathering data from all of our roasters. Lamazokos are now connected to the net, so is Cropster, so is everything else, and all of that data is feeding information systems. So we're going to circle back to data and how we interpret that, because that's quite important. And then I'd like to talk about the engineering life cycle. So we've actually not been focusing on the proper engineering life cycle. At Genio, we've skipped a couple of the important steps, and we want to climb back into that proper circle and complete the entire life cycle. So the engineering life cycle starts at a needs analysis, and that's why I'm here today, is to find out from you what the need is from our customers, but not only from the roasters, actually from the users of their coffee, from their own customers, be it coffee shops or end consumers as well, and see how we incorporate all of that information so that we can all help each other out. So it starts with a needs analysis, and then we go to the concept table and try and sketch out some ideas of how we can design equipment that will speak to those needs. We design it, we manufacture it, we implement it. In other words, we install it, or we deliver it, or we somehow implement it. And then it gets to the customer. Now, there's a lot of people that feed into the customer. Our customer being a roaster, somebody that starts a roastery or has an existing roaster. But there are other aspects that feeds into that. They're green bean suppliers, the equipment suppliers, the roaster itself, the machines itself. And then it goes to the end user, whoever the roaster supplies, be it a coffee shop or a guest house or the consumer. And then we get feedback from both the end user and the customer. So I think that the end user is an important part to get feedback from, and that should inform us on a conceptual stage and a needs analysis stage to figure out what it is that you actually want. How can we build equipment that speaks to that need, both from our customers but also from their customers? Because if we want to find out why are you roasting coffee, and why do you enjoy it, and why do you roast it in a specific way, then we have to look at who you are addressing when you ask your why. So I'm asking my why. Why am I building this machine as opposed to that machine, and why am I using this technology and that technology, and why do people buy roasters from me? But you have the same question as, why do people buy coffee from you? What's your differentiating factor? And you know, why would they look at you in the first place? And why would they buy fresh coffee, for that matter, and not just instant coffee? So we've got to start answering these questions and include our end user into the loop. Before we actually go into implementation and manufacture and design, it needs to form part of the needs analysis and the concept itself. So I'm going to run through this quickly. When we speak about inputs, it's something that we can affect during the roasting process. So let's look at a couple of them. Gas, fan, drum, we know that. We can change the pressure instead of the speed of the fan. We can affect the inlet temperature, which is an important point for me. We can affect the heat transfer in the roaster, the cooling fan. We can change the weight of the batch size. We can put in cupping scores, which will inform our profile the next time. Green bean data, which speaks about the processing methods and the moisture content and so on. Machine characterization, which is a new concept that we're working on. How does my specific machine, in its final installation point, react to energy inputs? So how quickly does it gain energy? How quickly does it lose it? How does the fan speed and the drum speed impact that ability? And that's machine characterization. Customer feedback, and that's where our customers come in, not only Genio's customers, but our customers' customers. Green bean temperature. Am I dropping a cold bean that's been sitting in another room, or has it been sitting in the roasting room and it's been getting gradually hotter and hotter throughout the course of the day? Humidity, barometric pressure, and ambient temperature. All of these are inputs that affects the roast at the end of the day. And I like the fact that customer feedback is incorporated into that, and I'd like to hear your feedback on that when we circle back to this. Right, and then the outputs, the things that we can get from the roaster, from the machine, and from the roastery itself. Air pressure, the outlet temperature, which is the exhaust temperature, the bean temperature, roast color, fan speed, drum speed, heat transfer. Again, that's fed back to us when I make a change. I can possibly see what the heat transfer coefficient is for that. Roast stages. Chaff cyclone temperature, do I have a fire in the thing? Does it affect the roast? I don't know. Let's try and find out. Rate of rise, of course, bean moisture, roasted weight, gas usage, such an important thing. If we can just figure out when the damn bottles will be empty, I'm sure we would have all saved a lot of coffee along the line. Roast prediction, which we're working on, cupping score prediction, and smoke. Obviously, the roaster gives us smoke. And then so this is where we start the conversation side of it. So this isn't a presentation as much as it is a conversation about the inputs and outputs. What inputs and outputs are important for you? And how does that tie in with your own customers? How can we leverage the inputs from our customers to inform not only your products, but my products as well? And how can we get our customers involved in cupping? Or at least asserting the quality of the product that we deliver to them, and find out why they actually buy our product in particular. And that all circles back to the engineering life cycle. So I want to try and complete this life cycle by including your customers and my customers into the same feedback loop. And you're privy to that information, and so are the customers, and so are we. So that we can all build this thing together. So I'll give you an example of customer feedback that I'm thinking about incorporating into the roasters. So, for example, every single batch generates a QR code. That QR code can be printed on the bag label, and the customer can scan the QR code and give you feedback on the roast. Obviously, it's not going to be a cupping sheet, but maybe it could be, was the service good? Did I enjoy the coffee? Was it hot enough? Was it too cold? Was it sweet? Did I put sugar? I mean, it doesn't have to be an exhaustive list. The customer can maybe we can take them through stages or whatever the case may be, but also inform them as to the coffee that you're roasting. What does the roast profile look like? What is the characteristics of this coffee? You know, I asked my waitress at a very popular cup and seed shop. They had single origin on the menu, and I asked her, what single origin? She said, single origin. I said, yeah, okay, but what's the in? No, that's it. That's single origin. That's the name of the coffee. So, I mean, people just don't know what all of this means. So maybe if we put a QR code on the bag and they can scan it, they can get some more in-depth information about the coffee that they are drinking, and also give feedback back to the roaster. So my question is, are these things what you are looking for? Does this inform your roast? Can you make informative decisions based on that? I'm sure I can. So so let's talk about inputs and outputs. Let's have a quick look at the inputs. So my big question is, I'm an engineer, so I can build you anything you want. I can make it as complex as I possibly can, but it's going to boil down to data instead of information. So for example, pressure sensors in the roaster. I don't like pressure sensors in the roaster because I have to apply so much filtering that at the end of the day, it's lagging 10 seconds behind or 5 seconds behind, and it doesn't inform me about the roast. But then we have customers phoning us saying, hey, I spoke to this very expensive roasting consultant, and he said that he won't even speak to me unless I have a pressure sensor installed. And then I say, okay, but no problem, 12 grand and we'll install. And what? There's no way that he's going to spend that money on a pressure sensor. I say, but you spent it in 1 hour with your roasting consultant, so surely it's not a problem for the roaster, but either way it's not going to inform your roast unless you can interpret that pressure output that we give you and say, hey, I see that the pressure is now 110 pascals. Therefore, I'm going to turn down the gas because this affects my beans in some way or another. Now, you heard what Candace said the other day. She said that she makes 3 or 4 changes during a roast. And the reason for that is most likely because when she makes a change, it's an informed change. She makes it because something happened during the roast, or she anticipates something to happen during the roast, and therefore she makes a change. Most of us make changes during the roast because we want a pretty picture on the screen. We want it to go gradually declining. We want that little steppies in the roast gas, and it must go down nice and easy and smooth and whatever. But that doesn't inform, that's not an informed decision. Unless each and every one of those steppies, you have a specific reason for why you're making it. So that's, for example, the type of information that I want to, or data that I want to turn into information is, why do we want a pressure sensor? And will it actually make a difference in our roasting style? So let me ask you a few questions. For example, heat transfer. I think heat transfer is going to become quite a big thing, or rather I want to make it a big thing. Because ultimately when we roast coffee, we just want to change the rate of heat application. But we often stab in the dark when it comes to what must my fan speed be at this gas pressure, and what must my drum speed be? I just don't know. So let me change it just for the sake of changing it. So I can start gathering up data and inform and come up with an algorithm to let you, the roaster, change the heat transfer. Instead of looking at the gas, fan, and drum speed, just change one parameter. And the roaster and the algorithms will figure out what is the best way to apply heat as quickly as possible. Maybe we can say convection heat. As quickly as possible when I turn up my heat transfer. And when I turn it down again, what parameters must I change on your behalf, on the roaster's behalf, using the algorithms to reduce heat transfer effectively? So my question is, would you like something like that? Is that something that will help, or do you want that fine control of the gas and the drum and the fan speed? Anybody come? Where's the roasters? There's one. I'm looking at him. Who else is a roaster? You count as a roaster.
Testing. Neil, it sounds like, do you like Elon Musk?
Yeah, I do.
I'm assuming that your gathering of data is going to optimize your automation on your roasters. So it's kind of like 2 birds with 1 stone, right?
Yes.
Okay. I think it's cool. I think that maybe a lot of roasters are still in the older mindset of wanting to be more in control of what happens. But I personally think that's a cool idea. I think you should be able to have that function on a roaster, especially for those roasters who are looking for that, or who want to free up some time and free up some mental energy with regards to like worrying about developing a profile, because it might actually end up being very good. So I think that's cool. I also had another question about your, you had on your list there about cupping scores. Are we allowed to talk about what you mentioned to me earlier?
To a degree.
Okay. So I think the biggest thing that a lot of roasters are also looking at is really slick, well-functioning software, so that it can help them. And a lot of people end up chattering about Cropster. Cropster's good, Cropster's excellent, Cropster's like butter. I do that myself. What is the future development of your roasting software that you are willing to share with everyone here? Because I think they would all be very keen to hear it.
So that's the proprietary side of things, but Cropster is fantastic. I mean, so many people around the world use it. In fact, about 4,000 people around the world uses Cropster. And they are just expanding, and they went into AI now, so they can now predict the roast up to about 30 seconds in advance. They can do first crack prediction for you. So there's a lot of things that you can do with data, and Cropster is doing a phenomenal job with that. I also met the guys from Artisan, who don't capitalize on the project so much, but I mean, they've been helping roasters around the world incredibly. So we are also stepping into that sphere, into that space. Our advantage would be that we have it's like Apple with iOS with Apple devices. We know the ecosystem of the machines that we work in, whereas Cropster, it has to be hot pluggable to any roaster out in the world. So they have no control over the specific machine. They've got to be quite generic with regards to the inputs that they get. So on our side, when we run algorithms and AI systems on our roasters, we know what the parameters are. We know what we can and can't control. And it gives us a bit of an environment that we can play in that's familiar to us. So that's the world that we are moving towards. And that's why I asked the question, what kind of inputs do you want from your customer to feed back into your own data? Because that data that we'll be gathering is important to you and us and your customer at the end of the day, to bring transparency into the thing from the roastery to the customer. I mean, they have no real idea of what it is that we do in the roastery unless we start sharing our files with them, or at least the result of our profiles, or at least some part of the roasting process. The consumer and the coffee roaster is very ill-informed about what goes on in the roastery itself. They just get a bag delivered with a bunch of flavor descriptors on it. But that's a very small part of the roasting process, I'd say. And from my side, I want to know what's happening with the roaster. I want to be able to feed you with data with regards to your gas usage. When are your bottles going to be empty? Don't start this roast now because your bottles are going to run empty. Am I looking there?
Hi, Neil. Sorry.
Yes.
I'm a brand new roaster, so I'm not even at my turning point, so to speak. But as a roaster manufacturer, maybe around in the industry, would it be possible maybe to educate roasters more on heat transfer than on, as you said, reading the picture from the software? Because for us to get feedback from our customer, if they say we want more sweetness in the coffee, and we say, well, what must my graph look like for sweetness? But ultimately, if we actually understand the heat transfer that goes on in the system, we'd be able to say, okay, cool, I can do that. Like a barista in a cafe, they know the grind setting. It's like their main thing that they know. So as a roaster, heat transfer, so to speak, would be our grind setting.
So heat transfer is a good thing for us to do training on and to do information on, because that ties in with the engineering side. But what people often misconstrued us as are good roasters. Genio isn't, I'm not a good roaster. The reason is I'm an engineer. I'm a good engineer, but I'm not a good roaster. So when we look at a Formula One driver team, you guys are the drivers. We are the engineering team in the back. So we get feedback from you to say, hey, the suspension is a bit hard. It doesn't go fast around this corner. I need it to go around the lap in this many seconds. And the engineering team's job is to modify the car, get input on a conceptual basis, do a needs analysis, and figure out what it is that the driver really wants when he climbs into the car. None of the engineers, I mean, they can all drive cars, but they're definitely not as good as you at driving your car around the same circuit. So that's where we fall in, and we're going to start taking up that
mantle a little bit more to get that feedback from the driver and to say, hey, let's improve the gas or the heat transfer capability of the machine, and then also inform the driver, hey, I made this change, you can expect your car to go around that corner in this particular way because I made this change. So understanding that from a conceptual basis, that's where we would like to start coming in more. And we haven't done that enough in the past. So to give that kind of education, but from a very technical perspective, not so much from a consumer perspective in terms of, oh, you're going to taste wild strawberries in this particular coffee. That's not my domain. But how fast you can get to wild strawberries, that I might be able to inform you on. Yeah? So what kind of feedback would you guys want from your customers? If we're talking about outputs or inputs, which one is it? Customer feedback. What kind of customer feedback would you ideally want from your customer? Kom Etienne, kyk vir jou.
Yes, yeah. I think the main thing with customers is letting them understand coffee first before I get feedback from them. Because I remember when we started out roasting, a lot of them told us, listen, the coffee is not as dark as we are used to. So they wanted darker roasted coffees. But letting them understand what they should expect from a Colombian coffee, that I think is the first part.
Okay, so what information can we provide to our customers to better inform them?
Yeah, I think what you said previously about like a QR code, we've been speaking about that for months, is letting them know what they should expect from that specific coffee. And then they can tell us, listen, you've missed the mark, or yes, I can taste what you actually taught us to. And then on the gas thing, there is something that you can buy that tells you how much gas is in the bottles. We've recently got something like that, so I sent you a picture.
Thank you. But the fact is that the vast majority of people don't have that, and they run out of gas during a roast at some point. And all I need is for a couple of guys, or 10 guys, to twice log when their bottles run empty. And from that, I can infer when anybody's roaster will run empty. So just a little bit of data, and I can really do quite wonderful things with a little bit of data, because with that I can average it out and figure out, hey, I'm starting a roast session on Wednesday where I have to fulfill order XYZ, and I want to make 200 kilos for myself for stock. And the computer will tell me, you can't because you will run out of gas. So that kind of stuff is quite easy once we start activating data. So yeah, there's a big wide world out there, but my big question is, how do we responsibly use that data to everybody's advantage? So is there anything else input-wise that people want from roasters? I spoke about barometric pressure. Giesen's now come out with barometric pressure as an option. I'm not sure if it's standard. And they do use barometric pressure during the roasting chaps. I personally don't see the value in giving you that figure, but if you can see the value in it, then tell me. And we'll definitely look at it and at least put the option out there. Is there anybody that uses air pressure? Nope. Why? Probably because it doesn't inform your roast. And maybe because we haven't built it into the machines. And then, is there anybody who would actually use a heat transfer, call it button, instead of the individual buttons? Do you guys use it? You're on the spot.
No, all good. I said we need to learn how to work with it, then we can interpret it. But I think after a few roasts, we can adjust using heat transfer rather than all the little steppies, like you said. But for now, it's going to be difficult just to change our mind or our thinking to heat transfer. Yeah. But as you said in the previous sessions, that's actually a crucial part of roasting. So if we can understand that better and use that, it's going to be more effective maybe.
So I'm thinking of all sorts of ideas to present the information that we can gather from a roaster. For example, heat mass. I'm not a chemical engineer or mechanical engineer, so I don't understand thermodynamics that well. But if we can somehow visualize or put heat mass to a specific number, I'm sure in thermodynamics there is a number for heat mass. If we can get that number somehow from the roaster and display it to the operator so he can understand, do I have heat mass to work with? Is this roast going anywhere? Or if I back down on the gas, it's going to fall flat straight away. Or if I apply a little bit of gas, nothing's going to happen to this machine because there's simply too much heat mass for it to have, a 1% change in gas to actually see that affected in the roast. So I'm thinking of these kind of numbers and inputs and outputs from a roaster perspective to try and figure out what will be beneficial to you and what will just be dead data. For example, environment temperature rate of rise. We plot that, but nobody uses it. Because what information does that specific rate of rise give you? It doesn't give you any information. Bean rate of rise, sure, but environment rate of rise, no. So that's one thing that I want to take away. And in fact, the machines don't log that when you hit save. It does display it, but it doesn't save that into the profile because it's not valuable information to me. So I want to display to the customer what is actual valuable information. So speak to me, guys.
We've got about 5 minutes, Neil. Is that okay? We need to wrap it up. Okay.
Yeah.
Just quickly, Neil, we use the environmental temperature rate of rise actually to interpret like what the rate of rise is going to do. So don't take it away completely.
Okay. I won't. I'll give you the option. Okay. So, but that's valuable information. At least somebody uses the actual environment rate of rise for something, whereas most people just glance over it and it doesn't make an informed decision in their roasts. So anyways, this is where we are heading, is towards big data, and I think we've got to find a way of responsibly using that information, and stripping away the personal identifiers, which is quite simple to do, so that it doesn't reflect back to you personally. But we can all benefit from that data pool.
Neil, just a quick question. So I've been roasting on a Genio now since April. I think I told you the other evening I'm like 400 roasts in, so yeah, really enjoying it. And I've roasted on a few roasters, but the bulk of my roasting has been on a Gießen 15 kilo. And one feature in their profiling software is that you have the ability to say for instance, I'm trying to think of a good example, but say you change your fuel during a roast, so you change it from like 50 to 40%. They have the option of mapping what you did, so 50 to 40, and then what actually happened. And where this is, I know the Genio is much more responsive than the Gießen, but where this was like really relevant was in airflow changes, because you could say, for instance, change your airflow to like, let's say 26 hertz, but the response time was very different to that. So although it changed instantly, when it was showing you what actually happened in the roast, it happened like 20 seconds later or whatever. I don't know, do you understand what I'm... So that for me was a super, it's not really like an input that isn't there, but it was just a really interesting way of seeing the data and knowing that what I was doing, it was nice to see when it was actually happening. Do you understand that? I'm happy to explain it better later,
Let's have a chat about that,
Cool.
because what the software shows you is not what happens in the machine. It just shows you that.
Yeah.
But that doesn't necessarily happen on the hardware level. But let's chat about that. That's a good point, is the responsiveness of the system. And we get a lot of comments about filtering. How much filtration do you use? Guys, you cannot use a raw value. It's not possible. I'll show you a raw value, but you can't use it. It's impossible to interpret it. And I look at raw values all the time. So there has to be some form of filtering, and that does impart delays into the system. And if you won't allow me to put filtering on it, I'll install capacitors and just filter it on a hardware level. So it has to be filtered in some way or another. So the electronic side, there's often a disconnect with the software side in terms of what the user sees and what happens in the background. Okay, well, that's me. If you want to talk about inputs and outputs, please, we are heading into a new evolution, and that is going to be very much reliant on the data that we make available and receive from our roasters. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Neil. Give him a big round of applause. Okay. Thank you, meneer. And now the moment you've all been waiting for, almost some of you, if you're in Shot in the Dark. If you're not, then you're just very patient people. Yeah, I'm going to move it. Drop the mic. It's not quite drop the mic time. A few more minutes. Okay, so Shot in the Dark 2022 announcements of the top 10. And yeah, thank you, Mel. Well done. It was, and to Kari and to Ben, who helped us with this competition. You guys have no idea the logistics around getting the coffee from Tanzania to Carol to us, rebagged, the competition packs, the water. It's a big story, and especially with 51 competitors, it was a lot of logistics, but very, very worthwhile, and it's something we're very excited about. Obviously, we want to thank Neil and Jacqueline, Tion, George, everyone at Genio. You guys have sponsored this since its inception 5 years ago, and their commitment is to sponsor it for the next 5. So we're hugely grateful for that. Let's give them a huge round of applause. Thank you, Neil. Can we get that graphic up if it's possible? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Seven Oaks, we've spoken a lot about Seven Oaks, Carol, and the whole team at Seven Oaks, not only for sponsoring the coffee, or sourcing the coffee, sponsoring the coffee, but also the use of the cupping lab, their staff, their judges' time, us taking over the boardroom. A huge thank you to you, Carol, and the team at Seven Oaks. Let's give them a round of applause as well. Thank you. Lamazoko, they are a big part of all the events that we do, not so much in this phase, but definitely in the finals. We will be using the Lamazokos for the Espresso Challenge. So a big thank you to George, and he's just left for the airport, but we did say thanks, and let's just give them a round of applause. Thank you again, Lamazoko. Wendy, will you come up here quickly? From BWT Water and More, one of the things that we've been challenged to do in the past is to make sure that all the competitors get water all over the country. So Sean Clutie and Equipment Cafe, along with BWT Water and More, did an amazing job making sure that everyone got the water. Do you want to say something quickly, Wendy?
Afternoon, everyone. Just mentioned name is Wendy from BWT Africa, but mainly from BWT Water and More. Just to walk you obviously through the process of the water, because I know everyone thinks, I'm sure I can take it from the tap and it works, but we've actually stripped the water initially, removing all contaminants, any minerals that actually are not needed in the coffee, and remineralize it correctly. The one thing we found is that a lot of the water that they use, say tap water, has been remineralized with magnesium, which is obviously the taste carrier of the coffee, but gets hit off by pH levels, by TDS levels, and it then ultimately just loses the configuration of the water. So then what we do is actually use a reverse osmosis technology of stripping the entire water and then actually remineralizing it to the right standards of the water. So that's basically what we've been doing with the water for the last 2 years, and I think we've gotten some good feedback from it, so really exciting.
Yeah, thank you so much, Wendy.
Thank you, Wendy.
So important to have standardized water. It was one of the things that was feedback from the roasters, that how did they know that how the coffee would taste with a different water in a different region. So that was a challenge that BWT came on board to fix for us, a problem that needed solving. And yeah, I think it's been a great addition to the competition.
Yeah, just want to thank Chris and everyone at Lizard Surfwear. So these beautiful T-shirts that all of the competitors received in the Shot in the Dark gift packs or competition packs were the Lizard T-shirts. So a big thank you to Chris, one of our local Durban surf brands, for sponsoring the T-shirts. Also, a new partner in this year's competition, and something we try and improve one part of the competition each year if we can, or more. But we had Ishan, Natalie, and Roy Forey, who was here earlier in the week from the Coffee Bag Company, custom made these beautiful, beautiful silk mats with these embossed bags on that all the competitors got, not only to submit their samples to Seven Oaks for judging, but also so that they can sell it in their roasteries. So all you need to do, guys, is put your shot in the dark coffee in those bags, put your sticker on, and resell it. So a big thank you to Roy and Ashan, if we can give them a round of applause as well. And then we brought on one more new partner this year, which was Fastway Couriers. And you know, this is a relationship that I think, again, like they just didn't get it. They were like, what do you guys want from us? And we're like, we need to get coffee all around the country, and then we need to collect it back. Like, isn't that what you guys do? And they're like, yeah, but this is quite strange. So anyway, it's a journey, as it is, when you bring somebody new into the coffee community, and we're a little bit crazy, but they like us now because they saw their guys going into all the coffee roasteries and, like, at the same time explaining what they do. So a big thank you to the Fastway KZN team and Joburg team, and I think that next year we might have a national partner with them at the next level. So that's really encouraging for us. So a big thank you to Fastway Couriers. One more round of applause, please.
Okay, I'm not going to make the roasters wait anymore. Just to say that it is our goal to get the feedback for all the roasteries to you within the next couple of weeks. We're collating you saw those score sheets. They're very involved, and there's 4 per roaster, and we need to get them into one little place for each of the roasters. So we're doing our best to get that back to you as soon as we can. You are also going to be in the presence of some judges still today, so if you're here in the room, please go talk to them. And the full list and where you came in the list, you're welcome to come talk to me afterwards if you don't make it into the top 10. Okay, so number 10. We roast coffee, Sean Pius in PE.
Well done, Sean.
It's the first time they've entered, I believe, and they are a new roastery. So congratulations to Sean and Ryan down in PE. Okay, number 9. Everyone ready? Micro!
Yeah.
He's in the room.
Well done, Vihan.
Well done, Vihan. In Hermanus, based in Hermanus, and congratulations, you've made it through to the next round. Okay.
Position number 8. Been there! Brilliant,
Hey. Well done, brilliant.
Well done, brilliant.
Very well done. Okay, number 8. Number 7.
Scorpio, Mike Ralph.
Rooster. Congratulations to Mark. Hope you're watching. Well done.
6th position.
Blank supplies. John Evans.
John Evans.
It's his second time entering the competition, and well done. Just got better.
All right, and your top 5 kicks off with, in 5th position, Toro Coffee.
Well done to both Toro entrants, but
Well done.
this is
Maestro's on top again, eh? Position number 4 is Brothers Coffee, Ben Pereira.
well done to Ben. He was very determined this year, and he has been one of the great supporters of this competition and always gives us very detailed feedback. And so he's very invested, and so well done to him for putting in the effort.
Finished in the top 3 in 2019.
Yeah.
3rd position, above ground,
Pascal Barnes. Well done. I was chatting to Pascal earlier today, actually, and he was saying how stressful roasting is. So I hope this is an encouragement in the right direction, that you're doing something right. Very new roaster as well.
In 2nd position, out of 51 roasters, was Brewder Coffee, Peter Schoenwinkel, Glasgow.
Well done to the team from Brewder. Representing Klerksdorp. Love it. Well done.
This one, the one that we're going to announce next, was a standout on the day.
And all the judges.
All the judges.
Very nice.
What was it? Mike A something, whatever it was. Do you remember? Do you remember the code on it?
No, he doesn't know.
I can't remember. But anyway, for like the whole of the next 3 days, it was just like, this is the one. This thing was, whoever this was, they smashed it out of the park in the cupping round. And the person who came out, number 1, was Exhale Coffee Roastery. Jacques, straight on. Well done, Jacques.
Well done, Jacques. Also, a lovely shot in the dark story because he entered last year for the first time and made it into the top 10. And at that point, he was a home roaster, and since then has built a coffee company, Exhale Coffee Roastery, and he's in the top 10 again. So he is doing something right. So well done to you, Jacques. Well done to everyone. Again, this has been the highest standard in the competition so far. Shout out to the outlying areas in the competition because it's always great to see how coffee culture is growing throughout South Africa. So that always makes me happy.
All right, so that's it. Well done to the top 10. Let's give them a huge round of applause.
Well done, everyone. We don't know when the finals is yet because we haven't decided on the coffee. So, and of course, coffee supply is an issue, but we'll keep you all posted. Yeah. So we'll keep you all posted. Thank you very much to everyone. A big, huge thank you to everyone for being here this week. We appreciate you all. You're all an important part of this community, and yeah, just keep doing what you're doing. Thank you.
All right, well done, everyone. That concludes Creative Coffee Week 2022. Now I can drop the mic. Just the last thing is to join us at the after party, of course. Plunger Arch, if you didn't know, come and join us. Let's have a beer, let's have a party, and then you can travel home safely tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks guys. Thanks to all our sponsors again. Thank you. Thanks. Sorry, before the shot in the dark, guys, leave the room.